of us, I said this earlier. Right now, July 20, whatever it is, we could all make the 53-man roster and be like 99% accurate
Yeah, it's
right
true,
now.
isn't it? Yeah.
But when a guy like Johnny Walker, I'm putting it out there, Johnny Walker is going to be a star at training camp. Guy was hurt last year, missed his rookie season. That's a pass rusher that'll make you think twice when it comes to this pass rushing depth chart.
Can you give us a 30-second profile, Johnny Walker?
Johnny Walker has length and hustle and burst to the quarterback. It's what made him a great pass rusher at Missouri and at the Shrine game 2 years ago. Much like Phillip Lindsay was a star at the Shrine, Johnny Walker was as well. Broncos got him undrafted a year ago, kept him even though he was hurt. This guy's a stud. So, like, players like that, who's going to come out of Karenny Reed? Like, who's going to come out of nowhere? And all of a sudden, our 53's a little bit different. We can get about 50 of those 53.
Right.
But those other three, a lot of competition.
That was Chris Harris Jr. also once upon a time.
Yes, it was.
You know, it's like, who is
Mike
this guy?
Mayock didn't know his name. And Chris always remembered that. You know, like, I was a 4-year starter at Kansas, and the number one NFL Network analyst didn't know my name.
Crazy. DeAndre Tillman as well, right?
Yeah.
He's
Tillman.
undrafted free agent.
Hakeem Butler from the UFO. We talked about him earlier.
Right.
I'm excited about that, man. I was excited when he came out of college.
Man, you guys have a great weekend. It's fun listening on the way in.
Cheers, y'all. Happy birthday, Phil.
All right, we've gone back and forth about what we expect the dynamic to be between Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. We now know what the odds makers are expecting. Details next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right. Buckle up, Broncos country. It's Phillip Lindsay here, and if you've ever watched me play, just even one game, you know I'm all about speed, agility, and getting where I need to go efficiently. And when it comes to your summer vacation, you need that same kind of reliable power. And this is why I'm teaming up with my friends at Hermes Worldwide. Let's be real. Getting to and from the airport or your destination could be a total fumble. And although I've never fumbled in the NFL, I don't want to deal with stressful parking and unreliable ride sharing. And nobody else needs to deal with it either. And this is where Hermes Worldwide is going to step into the game and score that game-winning touchdown for your travel plans. They offer top-notch transportation service from sleek airport transfers and clean, comfortable vehicles to reliable long-distance travel. And they're dependable and also very professional. And they understand that your vacation time is precious to you and your family. So, what you need to do is ditch your travel day headaches and make your summer vacation a guaranteed win. Call Hermes Worldwide today at 303-577-7600 or visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Friday, July 24th, as we are officially in the late stages of July. Can reach out and touch training camp from here. Happy Friday. Happy birthday. What up, Phil?
Woo! Thank you, ZB. I appreciate that. Happy Friday. Happy Freaky Friday. We're going to get a little freaky in here today, man. And how you doing? You got any plans?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I actually do have some plans. I am going to see a hometown friend of mine.
Okay.
That I grew up on the same street as him as a boy and have stayed friends forever. The hat I'm wearing, he got me this hat when he was visiting Augusta National, and he is in town, and they're in an Airbnb up in Evergreen for about a month, and he and his wife are going to come and hang out with us tonight, and first time I've seen him in a while. So, and then I'm going to be on Saddle Rock Golf Course tomorrow at 11:40 with him. So I'm fired up about this weekend.
Good.
Yeah.
Now,
how about you?
You know what, Z? I'm just chilling, man. It's quiet before the storm, right? We have a lot going on this next week with camp coming down. I got to figure out my practice schedule for my little kids because I'm coaching.
Yep.
Trying to win a championship here. That's all we do is win championships. Defense wins championships too. So I'm trying to teach them how to pull these flags.
Love it.
You know, flag football. But that's it, ZB. Just be as close as I can to my little ones. And love them up. Teaching Phil how to ride a bike right now.
There you go.
It was one of the dads, shout out Justin, that coaches with me for flag football. He came up with this thing and said, hey, man, if you can get like a belt or anything like that, like a little rope, and kind of put it across his chest. Now, you're not having to bend down and like walk with him when he's trying to ride this bike. You can lean up, and now he's pedaling and he's doing everything, and you're helping him balance. And as time goes on and he starts to gain speed, more confidence, you let go of that rope a little bit more, and it loosens up, and now he's just kind of pedaling freely, and then you let go at all, and now he's just riding his bike. So we've been doing that all day today, ZB.
Wow.
And he's getting better with it. Now, we're going to do it again tonight. He wants to go. Phil wants to go again tonight at the Blacktop over there by the school, and we're just going to ride around in circles and then learn how to ride this bike.
That's one of those things where when it clicks, it just clicks.
I can't wait for that to happen, man.
When it clicks, and there'll be mistakes, but it's no longer like the hand holding. Once it clicks, it just goes. All right, man, we're gonna have some fun here on a Friday. If you guys want to get involved with the show, you know the deal. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043, or hit us up on our YouTube chat, presented by Champ Honda. I want to have a conversation about Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle because we have gone back and forth on the expectations here, and we see it just a little bit differently. And I'm curious. I'm like, are there numbers out for these guys?
And there are new numbers out for Jalen Waddle and Courtland Sutton.
Here we go.
From a prop standpoint. So this is from DraftKings. This is season-long props that you can wager on right now. Whether you do or don't is irrelevant to the conversation. It's just framing what the odds makers expect from these guys. And these guys are really good at this. And I think that this may come as a surprise to some people. Because during the commercial break, I said to Anilo and Cecil, because we teased into this, I said, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I said, just guess. What do you think the number is for these guys? This is season-long receiving totals. And Cecil said for Waddle, around 1,100, and for Sutton, around 900.
Yep.
Okay? I said, what do you think, Anilo? And Anilo definitely dabbles in this stuff like I do. And he's like, man, Waddle, let me go 1,200, and Sutton, I think he said, I forget what he said, maybe around
I want to say 900.
900, okay?
So everybody's high on both these receivers to pretty much almost get to 1,000, both of them.
Yeah, and let me just tell you, like, and I looked at Anilo with shame because he should know better, like from a prop. 1,200 yards, there's not going to be, I don't think, any receiver in the league with a prop that high. That's just such a massive number.
What would be the highest prop?
That's a great question. I bet it would be someone like Jackson Smith and Jigba,
Okay.
Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and maybe even Devontae Smith in Philly without A.J. Brown.
Ooh,
I heard
love that
Cecil
one.
talking about that they're going to force feed him in sort of that JSN role in Seattle. So I think those guys would be the highest. And I bet you, and maybe we can look this up, but I would venture to say the highest prop in the league is probably 1,100 yards, maybe number one in the whole league. So this is what the forecast is. Who do you want to hear first, Sutton or Waddle?
Let's go with Court.
Okay.
Since he's been there, one of the longest tenured Broncos.
Yes.
Let's give him that respect. He goes first.
All right, perfect. Courtland Sutton's prop for the 2026 season, total yards, has been set at 774 yards and a hook.
Ooh.
So don't worry about the hook. It's just 774 yards. The only reason that they do a 0.5 is that a side has to win and lose because there's no half yardage in the stat sheet. So if Courtland Sutton goes for 775 yards, the over hits. If he goes for 774 or less, the under hits. When I say that number for Sutton, what do you think?
I'm hitting the over. What I'm saying is Courtland's going to get over 744 or whatever you were saying yards. He's getting over 800. Now, maybe it's 850, maybe it's 900, but they are going to pass the ball. The Denver Broncos, Davis Webb, Sean Payton. Last year, Bo Nix had the most passing attempts in the NFL.
He did.
That's not going to change, especially if it's working out. They're going to want to keep throwing it and throwing it and throwing it. And Bo Nix's favorite target as of right now is Courtland Sutton. So I'm going to go and I'm going to hit the over on that. I'm going to bet on my boy Court to get more than over 700 yards, which he will do. I say about 850 at the least. And we go from there, ZB. What about you?
Well, I would definitely go over. Definitely. I don't think this will be I think he would have to get hurt for this not to hit.
Yeah.
On the Waddle side of things, Jalen Waddle's 2026 receiving prop for total receiving yards has been set at 899 yards and a hook. So, similarly, right? So if Waddle, 899 and a hook. So if Waddle gets to 900 yards or higher, the over hits. If Waddle is at 899 or anything lower, the under hits. When I say 899 yards is the expectation from the odds makers for Jalen Waddle, you think what?
Hey, hit that over. And hit it over and over and over because Waddle's going to go for 1,000 yards this year. All right, he's the new toy that the Davis Webb and Sean Payton, the OCs over there, the co-OCs, since we can't figure out who's actually going to be calling the plays all the time. The co-OCs over there are going to get Waddle going. From what we've saw and what I've witnessed so far with Waddle and the OTAs with the Denver Broncos is they're trying to get him involved as much as possible. And I know Bo Nix wasn't there. He was dealing with his ankle. But Waddle was doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to the middle of the field and them getting him involved, even in the backfield. Waddle was going to go over 1,000 yards as long as he can stay healthy, just like for Court when it comes to his 800 yards, 800 plus for Court. So
Court's is 774.
Well, I think Court's going to 800 yards. That's what I said.
Okay. I'll say this. I agree that I think both numbers are going over. Okay? But I do think that you and others have gotten over your skis a little bit, thinking that there's going to be multiple 1,000-yard receivers on this team.
Oh, so we're going multiple.
And well, that's what you think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, it could happen. It could happen. We saw it. The last Super Bowl champion, and I guess this doesn't bode well for Super Bowl teams, but because most Super Bowl teams don't have multiple 1,000-yard players. The last time it happened was over a decade ago with the Denver Broncos. That was the last Super Bowl champ that had multiple 1,000-yard receivers in Emmanuel Sanders and Demaryius Thomas. So it can happen.
Well, and now in today's new game, there's an extra game added, right?
Right.
So like you have an extra game, and let's just say that you have to play the Chargers at the end there, and everybody has to play, and you're close to both receivers, close to 1,000 yards. That's how you get your 1,000 yards.
And
right?
that's incentive season too.
It is. That's when everybody gets that little extra cheddar. And so you're talking to your quarterback if you have an incentive, in your contract saying, "Hey man, I need you to give me 3 more receptions, or I need to get to 50 yards. Can you hit me with a bomb?"
Right.
Things like that start to happen, especially if you've already established yourself as a playoff team.
Well, I'll say this. Cortland Sutton with a receiving total of right around 775 yards, all right? If you divide that by 17 games, so say he was healthy for the whole season, all right, and there's no guarantees, but that's just about 46 yards a game. Like, that should be so...
50-50 ball, you're good.
The low-hanging fruit of this, if he's healthy, and again, he's got to be healthy, but he could probably miss 3 games and still clear this number. So... those are the receiving totals set by the odds makers for Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. Those numbers one more time. Cortland Sutton, 774 yards and a hook. Waddle, 899 yards and a hook. So that's what it is. And if this shakes out, we could each be right about one thing. You would be right that Waddle's going to lead this receiving group in a way that I think Sutton's still going to. But I would be right in that there's no 1,000-yard receiver on the Denver Broncos, and that might be the healthiest thing for this football team. So we'll see. We shall see.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. Time will tell. Okay, shifting gears. Will there be an authentic battle at backup quarterback starting next week? We'll have that convo next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here for my friends at Aurora Golf. Guys, I love playing golf in Aurora. There are 5 awesome courses. They're fantastic. From Aurora Hills, which we just played last week after one of our shows, to Meadow Hills, played there recently. Man, the tree-lined fairways are so classic. What a classic layout Meadow Hills is. And then Murphy Creek, right, will challenge the best players. You might see a fighter jet flyover from Buckley Space Force Base. Saddle Rock, man, right near my house. I'm going to be there tomorrow. 11:40 tee time. Cannot wait. And then if you want to work on your short game, or maybe you're a little bit new to golf, Spring Hill is perfect. Guys, I love playing golf in Aurora. All right, professionally maintained courses, restaurants for post-round fun. All right, my kiddo went to golf camp there this year and last year, had so much fun. I'm taking lessons right now with Aurora Golf, and I'm getting better and better and better. All right, so learn what I already know. All right, book a tee time at one of those 5 awesome courses. If you want to see it for yourself, you can check them out on Instagram, Golf Aurora CO. All right, and go book that tee time, all right, at golfaurora.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Phillip Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Zach here. Are you seeing cracks in your home's drywall or foundation? Call Homestrong. Their highly qualified technicians provide free inspections and quotes. With 20-plus years experience in the foundation repair and concrete industry, one thing is certain. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Hey guys, you avoiding photos, not feeling confident in your clothes anymore? Maybe you just don't feel like yourself. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days. It's time to get your confidence back. Schedule a free consultation call at coloradofatloss.com. Results may vary.
Feeling stuck? Think bigger. Meet NASA's Meredith McKay and explore space careers, the future of Artemis, and more at the New Frontiers Diplomacy Forum, July 28th at Wings Over the Rockies. Tickets at wingsmuseum.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports.
For grabs between Jarrett Stidham, all right, and Mr. Sam Ellinger.
We're back.
All right.
Sam, sit that butt down. No, we're not.
Your former teammate with the Indianapolis Colts?
Yep, Sammy E.
Did you play in games where he started? Because I think he started 3 games there.
So, yes, I did. I played in 2 for sure where he started, or 1. And it was against the New England Patriots.
Okay.
And let's just say, don't go look at the stats, please. And Sammy E was flooded, man. I don't think we got a first down until the fourth quarter, maybe the third quarter. It was bad. It was bad. Now, you're throwing a young – at this time, Sam Ellinger, that was his first, real live action. You're throwing him out there against the New England Patriots that have a really good defense, and they were just attacking us. And, we couldn't get a pass off. It looked like me out there when I was playing the Saints, and I was the quarterback. And it was a horrible experience for all of us. We knew we weren't going to win the game. We knew we were going to have to rely on the defense. Defense couldn't hang on to save their life, and we got blown out. And Sam Ellinger, it was just not a good day for him. Now, like I said earlier, he's young. It was his first experience.
Yep.
Bullets were flying. He was just trying to get the ball out of his hands. And so he's grown from there, hopefully. We just haven't seen him in live action when it comes to real-life games.
Yeah. So, Sean Payton, I mean, this is it's kind of interesting. One, you go back to last season during the year. Remember there was reports that Sam Ellinger could go on a 53 right then?
Yeah.
And either be a backup or have a chance to play, and he chose to stay as a third-string quarterback this year. That always felt a little bit curious to me. Because that's not a typical move. If you're a professional football player and you have a chance to be on an active 53 or even play, you typically take that opportunity.
See, you need film, right? Like, if you have an opportunity to play, you're going to go out there and play, especially if you're Sammy E and you want to say, hey, look, I want to be a backup in this league for a very long time. I need film. I need to go out there and make something shake. And if I was Sammy E, I'm sitting there thinking, well, Baker did it. Baker was able to get to a team, and I think it was the Rams.
Sure, yeah.
Where Baker gets there right away, doesn't know the plays, and wins the game.
It was against the Broncos.
It was against the Broncos.
It was against the Broncos. He was there for 3 or 4 days and showed up and threw for 300 yards.
Broncos. So, if I'm Sam Ellinger, that's what I'm thinking in my head. I can find a way to have a good game, and now people are talking about me next year, and maybe I can get on a roster and truly battle for that number 2 spot to be a backup quarterback.
So I didn't believe that report then, okay? And we talked about it during the season. But the way it was framed, it was Denver's just so awesome, and organizationally it's so awesome that Sam would rather be on practice squad than be on someone else's 53. And I just threw my challenge flag and went on my way. No big deal. But now Sean Payton circles back, and he said a couple months ago that the job is up for grabs. Now, from Stidham's standpoint, you went from starting in the AFC Championship game, and you just watch. You watch what's going to happen with Jarrett Stidham, and then now that guy is now competing for his job, allegedly.
Uh-huh.
How much of this do you buy?
I don't buy any of it. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Maury, you got to watch that if you haven't watched it before. But come on, Jarrett Stidham. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say you're actually good. You don't need to watch more. You're kind of missing out, but you're mostly not.
He's like, that's my baby. That's my baby mama.
God Almighty, those stories are just oh my gosh, these are real people.
I know, crazy. But no, for Jarrett Stidham, he's played in 20 games in his career. All right, so he has a jump start on that.
Stidham?
Yes.
He hasn't played in that many.
I want to say, yeah.
No.
Games played.
No.
Look it up. Let's see.
No, Jarrett Stidham has not played in 20 games.
I must have read that wrong. I got dyslexia.
I got dyslexia.
Stidham has played in more games.
You're reading AI again. But, yeah, he's played more than Sam Ellinger.
Yeah, he's been a bona fide backup, not just here in Denver, but also with the New England Patriots behind somebody by the name of Tom Brady.
I completely apologize. You're right. He has appeared in 20 games. You're right. He started 4. But you're right. He's appeared, at least done, maybe has put his knee down.
Exactly.
But you're right. I'm wrong. Sorry about that.
But starting. Let's just go with starting,
yeah.
right? Because that's more meaningful than just playing in some games, some garbage time. So you're starting in 4 games. All right, Sammy E hasn't done that. And even if he hasn't done it at a high level. And so if you're going into this year and you have to rely on somebody, you're not going to rely on Sam Ehlinger, even if Sammy E's doing well during camp, because you want to see it out on the football field and not just in preseason games, but in real regular season games. And Jarrett Stidham has done that at least once or twice at a high level when he was with the Raiders, when he was with New England, and of course he had the opportunity here with Denver and he didn't take advantage of it. So there is no such thing as a competition for that number 2 spot. Now, if you want to make it interesting, then go out there and get a backup quarterback that can truly compete with Jarrett Stidham. Somebody like a Jameis Winston or somebody like a Tyrod Taylor. Somebody that you know can be a bona fide backup that can push Jarrett Stidham. But Sammy E, he's not pushing Jarrett Stidham. They have a great relationship with Bo Nix, both Stidham and Sam Ehlinger, and they want to keep that relationship going for at least another year. All right, and on top of that, when it comes to Stidham, he's still getting paid a lot of money, and he's not getting paid that money just to sit there, Z.
Could that come into play? Now, I'd like to think it wouldn't, because you're in a Super Bowl window and you're not going to make a backup quarterback decision. Like, this is important. Like, obviously, the guy had to play in the AFC Championship game. And history says, and I remember going through this with you last year, history says the backup quarterback's going to see some time, specifically here in Denver.
Yeah.
You think back to the 2018 season. No, excuse me, the 17 season, the backup played. Excuse me, go all the way back to the Super Bowl year. Backup played in the 2015 season. The backup played in the 2017 season. The backup did not play in the 18 season with Case Keenum.
Yeah,
he started every game.
He did.
The backup played in the 2019 season. Three quarterbacks started that year. The backup played in the 20 season. The backup played in the 21 season. The backup played in the 22 season. The backup played in the 23 season. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, and I'm not going to bore you with each different quarterback that came in, but we'll see if finances come into play.
But come on,
Phil, I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm with you.
I was going to say.
I think that it's announced as a quarterback competition. I will be stunned and floored if Sam Ehlinger is the backup quarterback and it's not Jarrett Stidham again.
Sammy E has been on practice squads more than he has played in games.
Yeah.
You're not going to count on him, or you're not going to trust him to be in a game. Plus, you have to ask the players, who would you rather have out there, Stidham or Sam? And I guarantee you right now those players are going to say Jarrett Stidham because he has more experience than Sam Ehlinger.
All right, we'll see how that actually shakes out starting next week. Okay, LeBron James made his final basketball decision. How will it impact the Denver Nuggets? We'll talk about one of the larger NBA curveballs in recent memory coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
What's up, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, then you need to go see my friends at Regen RX in Denver, because they can help you reclaim your freedom to move, to explore, and live life on your own terms. Their natural stem cell and PRP therapy uses your body's own healing power to set you free. Pain-free, that is. So get your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770, or you can visit them online at regenrx.co. And right now, you can get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. So give them a call again at 303-630-9770.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. so you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because soda was there for me with a personalized nutritionist and a diet plan specifically structured for me. Soda teaches you how to let go of the weight and keep it off for a lifetime, and that's why I can lose that 60 pounds, and I'm never going to gain it back. There are no shots, no pills, no lifetime dependency. This is just real food with expert guidance and habits that last. That's why soda is there for you like they were there for me. Get your 4 weeks free when you call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. That's right. Get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. You got the things that can work for you with soda. 4 weeks free is available now. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. Mention me, Cecil Lammy, there as well. Get right for the rest of the summer. It's SodaDietNutrition.com because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
LeBron James made his final basketball decision, we think. I mean, maybe this guy will play till he's 46 years old. I mean,
his wife needs to step in if that's the case and say, hey, it's done. It's done. Come take your old ass, sit here. Let's go travel the world and watch our sons. Our sons.
Yeah.
Let them do their thing.
Yeah, no, sure. But so LeBron today, I mean, goodness gracious, I did not see this coming. I just did not see Philly.
Okay, so but you did kind of call it that we were going to hear something about LeBron James this week.
So on Monday, I said I think we're going to hear the LeBron James decision this week. Yes, I did say that because
so you were on with that.
It was out of the spotlight of the World Cup, but it will come before NFL teams start training camp. So you get to have your day. And LeBron is so calculated with this stuff. And you want to know what? Like, LeBron, he's not my favorite guy. I respect the hell out of him as a basketball player. I mean,
Great player.
I bend the knee to King James. I mean, the basketball player, are you kidding me? That you got put on the cover of a magazine at 17 years old with the words "The Chosen One," and you somehow exceeded expectations? That you're a pass-first player and you became the all-time leading scorer of the sport? Like, are you kidding me?
Him.
Like, no, he is undeniable. He is a top 3 player of all time, and if he's any lower than 3 on your list, I would say it's a bad list. But you can rearrange him in any which way you want between Michael Jeffrey Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and LeBron James, for me. So he picks Philly. He picks the Philadelphia 76ers. LeBron James in Philadelphia? Like,
you better have thick skin.
When our guy Drew sent the tweet and it had him in the Sixers uniform, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. I mean, you could have made some money betting on LeBron to go to Philly this time last week. And so he tells Golden State, no thank you. He tells Cleveland, no thank you. He tells the Miami Heat, no thank you.
But the Sixers?
The Sixers. He didn't tell the Nuggets anything. They weren't on the list.
Yeah, they never were on the list.
They were not. I mean, we had that one fun day. We had that one really fun day when the odds shifted from 70-1 down to 5-1 in one day.
I just want to know, like, hey, man, did it come out of your mouth, LeBron, that you would put the Nuggets on the list? Or is that something that was just floated out there and then we all took it and ran with it?
I think it was to pay homage to his relationship with Josh Kroenke.
Okay.
That
Which makes sense.
Like if your uncle was the coach at Mines, and you're getting recruited by CU and Nebraska and San Diego State, but you take a trip to Mines, and like they get to take pictures like Phillip Lindsay's on his recruiting trip to Mines. You're doing your uncle a solid. You're being respectful. You're
bringing attention.
Yeah, you're bringing attention there, and that's what I think that LeBron James was doing, because he's got a great relationship with Josh Kroenke. You don't go on 3 or 4 day vacations with someone that you just kind of know, and so that's what I think this was. And there was no shot. I mean, we've been saying it. There's no shot at this happening, and it didn't happen.
No.
And he put a message out there, and I actually think it was one of the probably like, because LeBron is so calculated, and I think that his message struck me as on the more authentic side. You tell me what you think. This is what he wrote. Quote, I thought I was done when the season ended. Well, I don't believe that part. But he goes, I wasn't
authentic with that one.
No, he goes, I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. Again, that's a lie. I was honest maybe this is not as authentic as I thought, as I'm reading it out loud. He goes, I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game, and I have more to give. The last few weeks have really been special. I've never been able to have no clue what to do and take real time to just think. I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out. This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete, to win, and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home. End quote. So even with the conclusion of it, he's telling you the teams that were in the running.
Yeah.
Right? Like, thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love you. Northeast Ohio, like, with all respect to the Cavs, but like, this is what I'm doing. Now, he didn't include Golden State. And I wonder, the more he thought about it, it's like, am I really going to join a guy that I've gone head to head with, that my prime years I was fighting for, maybe not the face of the league, because I don't think it was ever that competitive with Steph Curry, but Steph Curry is arguably one of the 10 to 12 greatest players to ever play.
Yes.
You guys have played in the finals. He's been your foil. And for years, these guys did not mess with each other. Now, that changed in the last Olympics. What Steve Kerr said, a bromance started to form. But these relationships, a lot of these NBA guys are friends, but a lot of them aren't. And a lot of these relationships are chilly. And that's the way I would describe Steph and LeBron's for the longest time. And I wonder if the more he thought about it, he's like, dude, I'm not going to join his team. The Warriors are Steph's team. He's a one-team guy, a la like a Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. But also, I think of it as well when it comes to the Warriors. They're old. This is it for all of them that are on there, right?
Sure.
It's Draymond Green. It's those guys as well. Jimmy Buckets, if he's still going to be there, they don't trade him. Like, this is it. And so I think for LeBron, it's like, man, I truly want a chance to win it all. And if you go to the Sixers, they're still young. There's some young talent there that's going to play some great defense.
Yes.
And someone like LeBron, he doesn't have to do that as much if he doesn't want to. And then if they can get Embiid to stay healthy for a full season, right? Man, what does that look like, Z?
Yeah.
So, I think that's where for LeBron, it's like, man, I think it's a huge basketball state when it comes to Philly.
Oh, my God. One of the best fan bases in all of the United States of America.
LeBron has already been to Miami. He's already been over there at Cleveland where his home, so he knows about that. He's been to L.A., and now you're going to Philly. This is going to be crazy, and I think he's looking at like a great opportunity to do what I want to do and win a lot of games in the East.
Man, oh, man. So this is what the starting five for the Sixers looks like.
Uh-oh.
Tyrese Maxey, stud, thoroughbred, downhill. I mean, Mr. freaking downhill.
What do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right.
So it's Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, stud young player, Jaylen Brown from Boston, LeBron, and Joel Embiid. So, yeah, that is formidable. How will this impact Denver? Will this impact any way the Peyton Watson scenario? We'll finish up this conversation. Also, what player in year 2 do you think takes the biggest leap forward in 2026? We'll talk about those options next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball. Look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. On behalf of my friends at American Financing, let's do some honest math. The interest rate on your credit cards, 20% or more. Your mortgage rate, much lower. So why are you sending hundreds of dollars a month to credit card companies when your home's equity could wipe out that debt? That's exactly what American Financing helps homeowners do. And they're doing it every single day for people just like you. Consolidate, collaborate, conquer. The average customer saves around $800 a month, and you may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. American Financing's salary-based mortgage consultants are licensed in all 50 states. No upfront fees, no obligation. Stop financing your past and start funding your future. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. The most intelligent Wi-Fi? Well, it's Wi-Fi that can actually heal itself when there's a problem. The most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home. Wi-Fi in every corner of your home, side to side, top to bottom. Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. Wi-Fi built for speed, powered by fiber. Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home work together seamlessly. Lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Price lock guaranteed for 5 years. Same price, no contracts, no commitments. Everything you need included. Data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. Imagine that. It's only from my friends at Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right?
Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado's hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn a few missing shingles or a small leak into costly water damage, mold, and even a full roof replacement. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust the experts at Colorado's Best Roofing. They provide honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service to keep your home or business protected. Schedule your free roof inspection today. Visit roofingcolorado.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Regen RX. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute.
Here we go.
Hanging out with you here on a Friday, July 24th. Happy Friday to you. You made it to the weekend. And if you're working through the weekend, as I've said for many, many years, keep on going. That was me for a long time, a decade for sure. And you got this. All right. I want to finish up the hoops conversation, as we found out a few hours ago that LeBron James is choosing the Philadelphia 76ers. And in some ways, now this is going a little bit deeper with it, but in some ways, he is choosing Joel Embiid over Nikola Jokic.
Damn.
When you think about it and frame it like that. Now, do I think that was behind the calculus of this decision? No. But Joel Embiid is a former league MVP, a starting center. When he's healthy, he's pretty good. You know.
I mean, okay, Z. Who has the better start? Like before LeBron decided to go to the Sixers, who had the better starting lineup? The Nuggets or the 76ers? Before LeBron decided to go there.
But post Jaylen Brown trade?
No, add Jay, because Jaylen was weird. Let's go with Jaylen Brown being the only one there before LeBron makes that decision.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a great question. It's really competitive and comparable. So now we can just go with the Nuggets as they're currently constructed.
For sure, yes.
I do not think this is going to be the case opening night of the year.
Running back Nuggets right now.
It won't be the running back Nuggets, and if they do, they'll make changes at the deadline. Again, this ownership group is not going to pay the luxury tax as it's currently constructed, over $200 million. All right, but Let's play the game.
Yeah, let's play it.
Let's play the game. The starting five of Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, or do you want to put Peyton Watson in there?
No, let's go CB right now. We don't know what's going to happen with P. Watt.
Okay.
He's on hold.
Okay, so man, that might change things here, actually. So Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, or, and this is without LeBron?
Without LeBron.
Okay, so I'd have to do a little
because this is what LeBron's doing, right? He's sitting back there.
Yes.
Like, let's just say it was like between the Nuggets or the Sixers, and somebody out there saying, "Well, why don't you pick the Nuggets? Like, Embiid's not better than Jokic." Well, okay, like let's sit down and figure out why LeBron will go with the 76ers if it came down to how good the rosters are right now.
So it would be Tyrese Maxey,
dog,
VJ Edgecombe, dog.
He's a dog.
Yes. He is such an exciting young player. I mean, he was top 10 draft pick and looked the part right out of the gate. Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid. I don't know who would have been their power forward. Just to be honest with you, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Man, it's pretty comparable. It is, and it's weighted because Jokic is the best player amongst these guys. And that would be voted on like unanimously by NBA people. But if you include LeBron along with Jaylen Brown, do they have a better starting lineup than the Nuggets right now? Yes, they do. They do.
And they're younger.
And they are younger.
A lot younger.
And longer and more athletic. Yes.
Yep. Plays defense. They're very aggressive. I mean, if I'm LeBron, I would choose the 76ers as well. Especially with Brown being there, and it's like you have a relationship with him. Although Brown, I've heard before, has taken shots at Bronny, but that's something else later on in his little podcast.
Wait, Jaylen Brown took a shot at Bronny?
Yeah,
I didn't hear that.
It was a while ago. It
Okay.
was like somebody asked, and
Okay.
I think it was like Bronny's not good, and maybe it was like Bronny's not good right now. Who knows?
Okay.
But when it comes to LeBron, it's like you're trying to pick a place where you truly feel like you have a chance. You're in the Eastern. Right, you're on the east side of everything, so like it's a little easier. On top of that, you're younger. You got players that are going to play defense. LeBron can bring some scoring to that. Embiid, if he can ever stay healthy, that's a big if. There's a big man right there for you. I mean, like it's a good setup if you're LeBron James going into that place.
It is, and what this decision told me is that this strictly was a basketball decision. This was not, I want to live on a certain coast. I want to stay in California where my empire is. I want to go back to South Beach. I mean, there was real momentum that he could be going to Miami. Pat Riley did the full pitch. And, they had that story where the YouTube link for the introductory press conference was accidentally sent out and then deleted. And, like, what was that about? And but this combination of players here is formidable. And don't sleep on VJ Edgecombe. This guy, all right, he was came out of Baylor last year. He was a third overall pick in the draft, and in his rookie season, averaged 16 points a game.
My man's 20 years old.
Literally.
20 years old.
He's a baby, but he is so athletic. I mean, the blend of size, defense, and athleticism is real now in Philadelphia. And so this was probably, because he was never going to come to Denver. The fact that he stayed in the Eastern Conference and didn't help a Western Conference team, and there was a report, Rich Paul, his childhood friend and the head of Clutch Sports, said that 28 teams reached out.
Damn.
28 teams made contact with their camp. So he could have gone anywhere. What if he joined Oklahoma City? And he's like, the number one thing for me is to get another ring. I don't care how it comes. I'm joining the Thunder. I'm joining the San Antonio Spurs. And so the fact that he went back to the Eastern Conference, I think is a lowercase W for a team like Denver. Do I think it impacts the Peyton Watson situation? I don't. And I went over that yesterday. I don't think there was any sort of connective tissue with LeBron James' decision and holding up business for the Denver Nuggets. I think business is held up on the P-Watt front for entirely different reasons.
So you don't think that some of it was paused, business side with the Denver Nuggets, because they were still wondering where LeBron James was going to go? And maybe it was like, hey, we're halfway in with P-Watt until we know exactly what's going on with LeBron. And once we know LeBron's with the 76ers, we're going all in. You don't think we may hear something next week because the LeBron James news is done, that distraction's over with, and now all you have to do is focus on Payton Watson, this young guy that you guys developed, the Denver Nuggets that is, have developed? You don't see something like that happen?
I personally do not think so. I don't. I think that they're entirely different situations. I don't think any team that we heard as a potential suitor for P-Watt, that was the Clippers, that was the Brooklyn Nets, that was more recently the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yep.
None of those teams were in on LeBron. So I don't think like unless one of these teams, the Heat, the Warriors, the Cavs, like none of those teams are in on Payton Watson. So they're just completely separate issues. Could I be wrong on this? Yeah, maybe, but I don't think so. I think that if there's any other situation NBA-wide that is holding up the Payton Watson situation, it's with the Los Angeles Clippers and the aspiration case that the NBA is still investigating with Kawhi Leonard. And so I think if there was a domino to hold things up, I think it'd be that, a different Hall of Famer on the same coast as LeBron just was. So, and I told you maybe for the last week, I don't think we're going to get news anytime soon about the Payton Watson situation, unfortunately. And I hope to the basketball gods I'm wrong on that, because we would love some clarity around here. Because here's the thing, guys. Most NBA business is done. And the Nuggets haven't done anything but draft 2 second-rounders, lose one of your all-time single-season three-point makers, lose probably your best backup center to Jokic since Mason Plumlee, and drafted 2 second-round picks and traded out of the first round. They haven't done anything.
But now, Z, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. It seems like every team almost is done, and yet you still think there's going to be a salary dump, and you still have to figure out a way and find a way to pay Payton Watson. Like, there's still a lot for the Denver Nuggets to do, and it seems like they're just sitting there on their hands. Something must happen. And if it doesn't happen, what it's telling me, and I know you don't like this, they're going to run it back. And maybe they're forced to because nobody else wants to do a deal with them, or they're not willing to let go of Cam Johnson, and they're going to keep everybody and pay P. Watt to keep the big man happy, and that's Jokic.
So you believe it exists within the realm of possibility that the Denver Nuggets will bring back everyone along with Payton Watson, go into the second apron, get hit by the repeater tax, pay a check for $200 million for the right to turn around and pay the players $250 million for a bill for 2026-2027 season of $450 million?
Whoo-wee. Yes. And the reason for that is, and you've explained this before, and I want you to explain it again. The reason for that is they don't have to pay that tax until the end of the season. So they're going to run it back with this team until they figure out what this unit, this core, can actually do. And if this core is not good enough to win these games,
what they can actually
start
do,
selling off.
You just saw it. They just played the season. They got eliminated in the first round.
They're going to talk themselves into saying we weren't healthy for the full season. And now everybody was on the same page, and now we're going to get Pete Watt back, and we're going to have someone like CB coming off the bench because he's a better bench player. Let's just say they say that. And Pete Watt's can be added to the mix. And now you have Payton Watson and AG, your defenders that you can count on that are still athletic with Aaron Gordon, and then you're going to run it back that way. And if it doesn't work out, then you can sell off before the trade deadline, ZB.
That exists within the realm of possibility. It does. But I don't think so. I will still, that's like a wait and see thing, but because here's what you could get if you go down that road. And you want an embarrassing situation? Buckle your seatbelt, bud. Let's go with your kind of fantasy basketball scenario.
Okay.
That they bring back everyone and they pay Payton Watson. And they're in the second apron. And more importantly than the second apron, they're in the luxury tax. Okay? That's more important to ownership. And that's not specific to Denver. That's league-wide. Getting hit with the luxury tax and the repeater tax is more important than the on-court punitive nature of the second apron. We need to understand that. Okay? So, and by the way, the reason that I know that, all right, and I don't even need this most recent example, but the reason I know that is we just saw a team that won a championship last year in Oklahoma City just sell off pieces of its team to become a lesser team. Why? Not because the restrictive nature of the second apron. I don't believe that. It's because of the luxury tax payments that come along with it.
But I also have like a million first-round draft picks just waiting.
They
haven't
do.
even touched the court
That's why the second apron is less relevant to a team like Oklahoma City because they have so much in the pipeline. They don't need to really stay out of the second apron, but they stayed out of the second apron because you also stay out of the luxury tax. And that ownership group, which is currently building a new arena right now, is not going to write a check for $200 million. So, like, that's what these decisions are about. For all intents and purposes, the NBA has a hard cap. Don't think about it like an apron. Like, it's more about the financial penalty that these ownership groups will have to pay.
So there's a ceiling.
If they go into the second apron, yes. Now, is there basketball restrictions that come with the second apron? There is. But what is more on the mind of these ownership groups, like Denver's, like Oklahoma City's, like Cleveland, who went up into it, and then we're like, are we going to pay that bill 2 years in a row? No, thank you. So, like,
they were the only one to do it.
They were
correct?
the only team in the league last year to do it. So, like, and then you write that check, and then your net profit at the end of the year is hundreds of millions less than it would have been.
Then ZB, then why aren't they making moves? The Nuggets, why won't they just sell these guys off?
Because I think that they are posturing. If the entire league knows what you're trying to do, which they already kind of do anyway, but if you make it flagrantly known, why would anyone give you a good offer for Cam Johnson when they know you're just trying to get off of his money? So let's go down the road that you painted.
Yes, please do.
So you believe that it's possible they could bring everyone back plus pay Payton Watson.
They're running it back, P. Watt, going into the season.
Yep, and you say, we'll see what it looks like. Well, guess what? The Denver Nuggets are pretty good.
Okay,
the
then.
Denver Nuggets are pretty good. And if you brought everyone back and paid Payton Watson, my guess is the Nuggets would win between 50 and 55 games.
What's the over-under right now? Is it 49?
49 and a half.
Okay.
So let's go down that road, okay? Say they go into the season. We want to see what it looks like. Well, guess what? Your team's pretty good. Now, are you championship caliber? I don't think so, but you're pretty stinking good. I think you're going to be in the top half of the Western Conference. I think you'll win, call it 53, 54 games.
I love that. I love to hear that.
And so that would be the results of what you're trying to see. In that scenario, we want to see what it looks like. The result is pretty freaking good. And then you get closer to the trade deadline in this scenario that I do not think is going to happen, but let's go with it. You get closer to the deadline, and you're like, holy crap, there's the check we're going to have to write. There's like the finish line. And if we cross that date, we're going to have to write a check for $207 million. Are we sure? Are we sure? And could you imagine how embarrassing it would be if you do have a Western Conference contender who's in the top half of the West and is winning 53, 54 games, and you tear down the roster at the deadline to avoid the tax? If you're trying to avoid the tax, you need to do that before the season starts.
But then, CB, at the end of the day, if they do it right now, they're telling us they don't care about wins and losses. They care about making sure that their money is right, so that the fans and us fans should be prepared and brace ourselves that this is not going to be a good year. But if you go down that road and you are doing well and you decide to sell off Cam Johnson, you're going to probably get more for him anyway. So at least I'll be upset, but I'm saying, okay, I understand it. You guys don't want to pay the tax, but you're holding on to this guy because some other team is going to need him, especially if, let's just say, Cam Johnson's shooting at like 43% from the three like he did this year. All right, somebody's going to want that, and now they're willing to give you a lot more for it because they may be tied or they need him because somebody is hurt.
Maybe that.
So
yeah.
you hold on to him as long as possible so that his stock goes up, and then you can sell him off. And then now we can all understand that we're enjoying these games because we're still winning, and you go from there, Z.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I think if you went down that road and did that and you dumped salary at the trade deadline as opposed to before the season started, you're going to rip the heart out of Nuggets fans.
So just rip it out right now. Is that more like it?
I've been telling you for 2 months this is what's going to happen. I'm not saying it's right.
I'm waiting
I'm
for
not,
it. 2
I'm not
months,
saying it's
and
right.
I'm still waiting for it to happen.
The best chance for the Denver Nuggets to compete for a championship this year is to do what you're saying. It's to bring everyone back, throw your hat back in the ring, host a first-round series, cross your fingers, your toes, and your eyes that everyone stays healthy, and you'll have the best shot. Do I think they're going to do that? Absolutely not.
If you're Kroenke, what are you doing? Are you doing that?
If
Say you have his money. If you're Kroenke.
Yes, and I said a year ago that we have an obligation to Nikola Jokic to compete for championships. Yeah, then yes, we are doing everything we possibly can to compete for championships. But that answer changed this year when he was asked, what's the goal the rest of the Jokic era? And he didn't say championship. He said win a bunch of games.
Then ZB, why should Jokic resign?
Why?
Tell me why.
This goes back. To like if you see Nikola Jokic, we aired the promo 2 weeks ago with me saying it. If you're Nikola Jokic and your goal is to win as many championships as possible and start with number 2, so it's about winning a second championship and widening your footprint in NBA history and being at the table with Hakeem Olajuwon and Moses Malone, guys who won multiple championships. You're not at the big boy table with Mike and Larry and Magic and Kareem and LeBron, but you get that second one.
You must get the second.
And you're no longer Dirk Nowitzki. Right? And that's a pretty good guy to be.
Yeah,
so I'm not saying, right? And Jokic is a pretty good guy to be, right? But if you're about winning a championship, and in your prime years where you finished first in MVP or second for 6 straight years for the first time since Larry Bird, and you're watching the organization shed players so they don't have to pay the tax, most NBA superstars wouldn't continue their relationship with that organization. Most NBA superstars would have signed the extension this summer. What we're seeing is so uncommon, I'm asking people to find me another example of a superstar player who didn't sign his extension. And everyone agreed last summer that he would sign it this summer. And now he didn't sign it this summer, and somehow no one's worried about it.
Well, I'm worried about it. That's why I asked you, like, why would he sign back if Jokic is sitting there saying, I want to win these games, I want to feel like you guys care enough that we're going to stick with this, and yet you guys are going to sell people off before the season even starts, and I know it's going to be a long season, and it seems like everybody around me is getting better. Every other team is getting better, and we're sitting here staying the same, or in this case, we're not. We're getting worse. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. Nothing ever stays the same.
They are definitively getting worse.
That's bad right there.
You just got Tim Hardaway Jr. off the street on a vet minimum deal, and he made over 203, second most in franchise history in a single season. He's gone. That was best case scenario, And so, okay, you bring in Marvin Bagley. There's a reason he was also on a vet minimum, right? So, the team this past year was not as good as the year before. The team that year wasn't as good as the year after the championship. And this is going to be the worst version yet. So it's frustrating. There's a reason why The Athletic gave the Nuggets the worst offseason grade in the entire NBA. We're not making this stuff up. I don't want this the way, I don't want this. I don't want this. But this is why I've said to talk authentically about the Denver Nuggets is to be a bit negative. And I'm sorry. This is the way it is. I'm not going to put lipstick on something.
All right, I got one more question for you, man, because I'm starting to think about P. Watt again, because now it's like you have to get this done with Payton Watson. There's nobody else out there. You've developed this young man for a while now.
Years.
And he's doing really well, and now you got to reward him, and you want him to be a part of this because he's a younger player. Are they waiting for P. Watt to get this contract or sign whatever they're going to have him sign and then decide that they're going to start shedding that salary?
Yes.
Is that kind of the goal? Yeah. Who would go then? Is it, all right, we're getting P-Watt back, so now we know we can let go of AG because P-Watt can play in his spot. Because my question is, if you do decide to run it back, who's coming off the bench? Is it CB making $25 million?
It would be Christian Brown. And it's a horrible look, but you're stuck here. You can't get rid of him unless you include him in some other package of trades.
Yeah.
Where someone is getting Peyton Watson, but you have to take Christian Brown too.
You gotta take his ass.
No, I'm being serious. Like that could be a mechanism to get off of his money. And there are scenarios where that does exist. But
so the first domino has to fall, and that's Peyton Watson signing P-Watt.
Yes,
and then everything else is going to follow.
Yes, and I think once that happens, then you'll see the other corresponding moves. And I'll say it for the 100th time: if this organization goes into the luxury tax and goes into the second apron, I will take an egg and I will crack it right at my hairline and let it drip down my face to physically have egg on my face. I will believe it when I see it.
Oh man! Well, right now it seems like it's going to happen as of right now. Right? It's quiet.
And so, and by the way, and I know I've brought this up in the past, and I do not think this is going to happen. Okay, because the Nuggets are so freaking lucky that you got with the personality type of Jokic, because I think he's going to re-sign with Denver. But this did happen another time. It was with Dikembe Mutombo. And they went right up until the last year. He didn't sign, and what happened? That man went and walked away for free and continued a Hall of Fame career. Ask the Orlando Magic, mid-'90s.
Come on.
You draft Shaquille O'Neal, number 1 overall. He doesn't sign. You can hope that he signs. You keep going back and forth. And at that point, the owner didn't want to pay an athlete $100 million. And how silly that looks looking back. But, they just kept on going and going. And there was hope in Orlando. And he loves it here, though. And we went to the finals. And then he went to the Lakers and continued a Hall of Fame career. And Orlando was left with nothing. Do I think that's going to happen here? I don't. Because you are lucky that you fell into Nikola Jokic. But in a normal circumstance,
Oh, they're gone.
It's like, wait, no, we have to talk about trading this guy. He's our superstar player, and he could walk away for nothing? Like, what? Wait, we all agreed last summer he was going to sign this summer. Now he's not?
But everything's all good. It's all gravy.
This organization hit the Powerball when they drafted Nikola Jokic for the player and the personality type. It is so atypical. But I do not think you take advantage of that. I don't think you take advantage of that. So, okay. Wow, covered a lot of ground there. And I didn't think
you fired up.
I didn't think we were going to go that long, but I'm glad that we did because just to exhaust the conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Bit of therapy.
Okay. A popular college outlet made a list of coaches on the hot seat, and Deion Sanders wasn't on it. And you'll hear their explanation as to why coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here. Talking to the fellas, all right, as you go into the weekend. Oftentimes it is the weekend where you let your hair down. You leave the stress of work right there at work, and you go home and you bump into your partner. And next thing you know, bada bing, bada boom, intimacy, right? Intimacy is fantastic. It's a great part of life, all right? But when erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can be frustrating, embarrassing, isolating. Your partner can even blame themselves. Do not let that happen, guys. Real talk. You don't have to live with ED anymore. It's 2026, all right? At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they use advanced medical science and proven therapies with success rates well above 90%, all right? They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you and me, guys. So pick up the phone. Start the conversation. The initial visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. What do you have to lose? Call them, 720-440-7900, or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
So this is Todd Whalen. I'm here with Deanna, an Advanced Tax Solutions client. How did Advanced Tax Solutions fix your problem?
They solved the tax years where I had made errors. They filed the years that I was delinquent in, and they helped me make a payment plan with the IRS.
How does it feel now that the problem is fixed?
Amazing. As a matter of fact, we use advanced tax every year for our regular filing, and I just have a huge sense of relief knowing that that part of adulting is done for me.
Now, how do you feel about the staff of Advanced Tax Solutions?
The staff have always been kind, considerate, and caring. I feel like I'm the only customer when I'm there.
Any advice for anybody out there listening?
Don't be afraid to ask for help. The people at Advanced Tax will not judge you. They're there to help, and they're there to listen. Reach out before it's too late.
Thank you so much, Deanna. We'd love to help anyone out there listening. It's Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040.
Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. For an 8% scheduling incentive and a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments, go to drhi.com. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. General contractors, are you tired of working with 8 different subs for a single project? Homestrong is the answer. Their crews handle excavation, foundations, waterproofing, crawl spaces, and flat work. Visit buildhomestrong.com. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. 35 years of quality products, next day delivery, and fast will call service. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. On behalf of my friends at American Financing, what if next month looked different? What if instead of robbing Peter to pay Paul, you had one clear payment and money left over for the things that actually matter? If you're a homeowner, that's not a fantasy. American Financing is making it happen. They're not going to judge you. They're here to help you. Everything is more expensive right now, and you're spending more on the basics than ever before. American Financing's salary-based mortgage consultants will give your paycheck a raise by lowering your debt obligations. Their average customer savings is $800 a month, and you may delay 2 mortgage payments, and you may close in as fast as 10 days. Guys, there's no upfront fees. There's no obligation. We all want to live without stress. Your home's equity could help you do this. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
Let's come off the top rope with it! Hashtag hold it on a Friday! Happy Friday to one and all. It is the 3 count brought to you by our friends at Homestrong, Colorado's foundation repair and concrete experts. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong. All right, we got to get to a couple different things here. I said going into the most previous break that a popular college outlet made a list of coaches on the hot seat. Deion Sanders was not on it. All right, this was the outlet On 3, which does a fantastic job. Andy Staples and Ari Wasserman, huge college football voices. And Deion didn't make the list of coaches on the hot seat, and they were discussing as to why.
Wonder if Colorado is playing the wins and losses game, or if they're playing the is Dion keeping us relevant game. And I think that's a very different discussion, and I don't know how to quantify that.
Here's the thing: if they're 4-8 this year, I don't think even he keeps them relevant anymore, unless they do something really wild.
Yeah,
like unless they get another Travis Hunter type player, which they get another Travis Hunter type player, they won't be 4-8. So that's that's the quandary there. But again,
I'm actually kind of surprised that they weren't able to get, and maybe Travis Hunter was a unique player, as a two-way guy who had a huge impact. But like, I thought that the Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter run of what it would be like to be really good at Colorado would have breeded more success in the talent accumulation world.
All right, that was a piece of the conversation. You can go hear the rest of it on the On3 platforms. They do a good job over there. Deion Sanders not on the hot seat. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. But one of the pieces that, and they kind of addressed it in passing there, is there is no, in my humble opinion, there is no, the Buffs aren't good, but they're relevant because Deion Sanders is the coach. Like, we're going into year 4 here. Only wins are going to make CU relevant.
Performance-based business. We talk about that all the time. You must start winning. But I will say this, for Coach Prime, he always gets some names in that building and always has an opportunity. Now, they have to coach these kids up. It comes down to coaching now, right? Coaching, developing, playing smart football, coaching smart football. Situational football has to be better this year for Coach Prime, and the wins have to come. If the wins come, and this is why I said like at least 6-6 this year. Now I understand the contract and 6-6 they don't match up, but you have to start somewhere.
You take that right now.
You got to start somewhere. You won 3 games last year. If you can win 6 games this year, find the quarterback that's going to be there for a couple years in Juju Lewis. Grow with that. Brendan Marion stays there with the go-go offense, and you grow with that as well. Like, that's what you're looking for. So now it must be about the wins. I will say this, though. Everybody is talking about somebody being fired. Coach Mike McIntyre, he had one great season where we went to the Pac-12 championship. If you go back and you look at the rest of the seasons, he did not win. And he was there for 6 years. And he wasn't getting paid nowhere as much as Coach Prime. So they're going to keep him as long as they can and ride this wave because they've already paid. The program, Colorado, has already paid Coach Prime a lot of money to be the head coach up there.
Well, you know where I stand on the Deion could be gone conversation. It's rather pragmatic and pragmatic, removing any emotion from it. CU is not in great financial shape. Okay, we know this. All right, a reported $27 million loss, largest in athletic department history. And what happens if you fire Deion? You got to pay him out.
And his staff.
Like, you have to pay him and his staff out. And then what do you have to do? You got to hire a new coach.
Pay the new head coach and his staff.
So I think that Deion Sanders is going to be here for years to come. The new deal, I mean, it's just kicking in. I mean, he's not going anywhere because it's so financially restrictive. And so he's got to win. If he doesn't win, the noise is going to get pretty loud. It's going to get pretty loud. If it's not loud now, I mean, we've heard from Buff donors and alumni saying, I gave for a while. I'm good for now. So we'll see what it looks like in time. We don't have to wait long. I believe fall camp starting next week.
Oh, it's here, just like the Broncos camp. The Buffs are up there, and CSU should be doing the exact same thing. So football is here.
All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right. Oh, man, this is not good news for Mr. Phillip Lindsay. Oh, man, I'm going to be the bearer of bad news today for Phil.
I'm in a great mood.
Great news for us. Oh, no.
I'm in a great mood right now. What's going on?
So we have been going back and forth about Pat Mahomes' availability for Week 1 against the Denver Broncos, Monday Night Football, September 14th. We've gone back and forth a couple months now. And I believe he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
You said he's not going to play, okay? We've disagreed on this to the point where we made a bet just a few weeks ago. And the bet is...
Smashburger. Right? It was Smashburger,
this will be just a different cut of beef. A different cut of beef. And we got 2 freeloaders on this, Dante and Drew. That no matter what the situation, they end up winners or come out winners, is if Mahomes plays, Phil has to take me, Drew, and Dante out to Shanahan's. If Mahomes doesn't play, I have to take Phil, Drew, and Dante out to Shanahan's. And you just think about it for, I don't know, 20 seconds, and you're like, this plus this plus this, like this is going to be close to $1,000 dinner here that one of us is going to have to pay. Well, we get the news today. Man, oh man. In Kansas City, Andy Reid told reporters today that Pat Mahomes has been cleared to practice. What kind of what does this do to your spirit?
I mean, it doesn't hurt my spirit at all, right? He didn't say he's cleared to play in these games yet. It's practice. Just because you're cleared to practice doesn't mean you're going to be out there going full go. All right, there's going to be probably 7-on-7 periods, see how the knee does. There might be a team period here or there. Guess what? Bo was cleared to practice, and he didn't practice. Now, he was out there, but he didn't practice. He wasn't taking the team reps. And I'm just going to keep putting this in you guys' head. Do we all agree that Patrick Mahomes is not going to be playing in the preseason games? I'm asking, can we all
I think
agree
I'm changing my mind on this. I think we see him in preseason games.
So then that means it's going to be 8 months post-surgery.
Yeah.
That's 8 months.
Or maybe he plays in one. It's the last one.
Oh, okay. So we're going to get him hurt before the regular season starts.
You are reminding me of a river in Egypt. Denial. Denial.
I can't wait, man. Like, when this is all said and done and I win this bet, it's going to be glorious.
Drew, do you see him trying to talk himself into
it's
it?
It's going to be glorious.
He's like realizing, like he can see the cuts of steak coming out.
I know, he's panicking. He's going to lose that wallet real quick.
Are we allowed to order an appetizer?
Forget the appetizer, bottle of wine, baby.
Oh my God.
None of that Boone's Farm stuff. We're drinking the good stuff.
I do the dirty martini with the blue cheese olives. Oh my God.
Sounds amazing.
You're going to have to teach me about that.
Oh my gosh. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, man, we got some not so good news on just the human front. CBS analysts, former quarterback, Dallas Cowboys all-time leading passer, Tony Romo, arrested, all right, on suspicion of operating a vehicle while under the influence. According to the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, the arrest report, Romo performed poorly on field sobriety tests after getting stopped while driving south on Interstate 43 yesterday. Officials said Romo was taken into custody, booked, and released. All right, we have a mugshot of Tony Romo, kind of got a grin on his face. He went to high school about 35 miles from Milwaukee in Burlington, Wisconsin, it's called. But, yeah, not great news for Tony.
No, so what are you thinking, man? Is he going to lose his job, or is it kind of like a slap on the wrist?
Yeah, I think it'll be a slap on the wrist. I don't know of a previous history with this. No one got hurt. Not that should be an excuse to why it was okay, but I think his importance to CBS will trump this, and I think in time this will blow over. But, guys, don't drink and drive. Like, you got Ubers, you got Lyfts, like, call a friend, whatever. Okay, we have an update in the Jonathan Cooper situation, and will we hear from Greg Penner this week about the latest with the stadium? We'll check in with our guy, Mike Kliss, next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League, and is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy, and if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Zach here for my friends at Aero Seal Colorado. That's AERO Seal Colorado.com. Hey, when your air conditioning kicks on these hot summer days, is that cold air going where it's supposed to go with the pressure that it's supposed to have? Or do you have a feeling in your gut that you're not getting the best of your system? Maybe you have a hot upstairs, a colder downstairs, temperature and comfort issues room to room. That used to be my house until they came and Aero sealed my HVAC system. Guys, they're patented technology where they seal your ducts from the inside. A truly innovative approach to making your home more comfortable and more energy efficient. A 4.9 rating on Google. All right, I am a happy customer. Go learn what I already know at aerosealcolorado.com. That's AERO Seal Colorado.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonial.
Hey, it's Zach here. If you're working on your home this summer, lock in a low-interest loan with 5280 Exteriors, as low as 6.99% for 15 years. Get those dream windows, siding, or decking project. Visit 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In Ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof Down the Street.
And in Ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in Ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
It's typically around this time on a Friday that we check in with a great friend of the show, Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider. Kliss, are you ready to be standing in 98-degree heat, flanked
yeah,
by?
I think I am. Usually, I get real excited for day one.
Yep.
And then day two, the letdown comes.
Yeah, it's like
So,
it's like going back to school. It's like you put your
Yeah.
outfit on, you want to see your friends, and it's like, wait, I have to sit in class for most of this.
Yeah.
But no, we'll have some fun. You'll be flanked by me and Phil, and
Yes.
we'll
be learning.
Yeah, we'll
We're gonna be
all
learning from you.
We'll all learn from each other. Thanks for being here on a Friday. Go ahead and just bring us up to speed. Our audience is busy. They're working. They have families. What's going on with Jonathan Cooper this week?
Yes, he had a hearing where basically going back when he was first charged with 3 misdemeanors for the incident he had with his girlfriend back on June 4th, he was supposed to have a trial by jury on July 22nd, which was, what was that, a couple of days ago, starting Tuesday, roughly. And that was vacated because there were upcharges. He basically had one of his charges upgraded to a felony assault by strangulation. And so because of that kind of reset all the hearings. He had a hearing this morning where all they did was continue it to August 31st, which is between the preseason and the regular season. Preseason's over. Regular season is 2 weeks away. And he has got an arraignment there, which means he'll make a plea of either guilty or not guilty. Assuredly, he'll plead not guilty if it gets that far.
Yeah.
And then they, after that, then they set a couple more hearings and the trial. And the fact that the season's going on, if he's still with the team, if he's with the team, I would imagine, the resolution won't come till after the season. So at least I think there's a good chance of that. So that's basically where it is. The Broncos have to decide whether to have him report for training camp. And I think there's a good chance. He completed an inpatient program recently. It was supposed to be 30 days. He voluntarily stayed a few more. So, that shows that he's, willing to improve and admit he needed help for his mental health and other things, overall well-being. So we'll see what the Broncos decide. I think they'll obviously make the decision by the time they're supposed to report on Tuesday.
Mike, do you believe because of this going on with Jonathan Cooper, Jay Coop, and it could be a distraction, do you think that Jonah Ellis could be competing with Jonathan Cooper for the starting role come week one?
I would be surprised by that. I mean, Cooper's pretty well established. He is, he's supposed to make $10 million this year. That's good starter money, and then some. Jonah Ellis, I think you're going to see more Jonah Ellis. I think you're going to see him on the outside. I think you're going to see him occasionally on the inside. And I think you're going to see all three of those guys out there at the same time in some kind of NASCAR package. I know Sean Payton's got his own NASCAR package, but it would be, Jonah Ellis, Nick Bonito, and Jonathan Cooper. Maybe you'd see them for 3 or 4 plays too. So I think the Broncos want to get Jonah Ellis on the field more. He's been pretty much a 30 to 40% snap guy. They'd like to get him up to 50%, however that looks like.
Mike and Mike Kliss with us here, our 9 News Broncos insider. Mike, the stadium conversation. The article from the Denver Post was released approximately 5 weeks ago, talking about how the Broncos and all the other principals involved had about 2 months to figure this stuff out. And the analogy that they used was a Rube Goldberg with all these different levers and pulleys that need to, dominoes that need to fall. Councilwoman Torres said the complexity of this thing is smacking everyone in the face. That was about 5 weeks ago. That leaves approximately 3 weeks left to get all this stuff in order. And I remember you describing this as thorny about a year and a half ago. and that's the word that was someone used with you, thorny. Do you know if these small fires have been put out? Where are we at with this? And do you think we'll hear from Greg Penner at all this week on anything stadium related?
I don't think we'll hear from Greg Penner this week. I think we will hear from him sometime during training camp. And, the stadium will be something that he addresses. I don't think those small fires are put out, but I think a little bit more dirt has been thrown on them. They're making progress. It's about the collective bargaining agreement. Number one, it's still about moving Denver Water and their headquarters, number two. And then they got a site picked out, and Penner and, Walton Penner, they're paying for the move. But there's a little bit of resistance around the surrounding neighborhood of where they're going to move Denver Water. So, yeah, that's another little headache. You take care of this headache and you move it to another headache. And then, they got the concrete company. There might be another business or two, I'm not sure, that they have to negotiate with to make sure they get the full parcels that they need. But they're making progress. I don't think there's any panic right now. It's kind of between. There's a sense of urgency. They do know, like you say, they got to get going. They got to get things wrapped up so they can get shovel in the ground in the spring. But they still think they can get it done. How's that? They got a lot of work to do, but they think they can get it done.
That's great to hear. I mean, honestly, for me, being born and raised here in Denver, I wanted to be in the heart of Denver. That's why they're called the Denver Broncos. So hopefully they can get it done before that hard deadline.
Yeah, they could go to Lone Tree and have no problems.
No problem.
They got this. They got that wide open prairie basically, and but I agree with you, Phil. It belongs to downtown Denver. I like that it's within a grid, that it's kind of got all these constrictions. Some of the best places, the most storied buildings. Wrigley Field is built within a grid in downtown Chicago. Petco Park in San Diego, they were constricted, and it's a heck of a left field environment for them over there. You got the Baltimore Orioles, Camden Yards, and what they got over there.
Yankee Stadium.
So that's attractive versus, putting it in the middle like the old Three River stadiums and those kind of places where it was cookie cutter type thing. They kind of like the Burnham Yard for that, and they picked Burnham Yard knowing there would be some hassles involving the city bureaucrats and state bureaucrats as far as getting everything, the I's dotted and the T's crossed.
And just real quick, I want to confirm one more thing because we have to go. You did say Jonathan Cooper did 30 days in an inpatient facility, and then when the time was up, he stayed longer. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mike, great stuff as always. We'll do this again next week.
You got it.
Okay, we are going to bump trivia, just another segment. I want to react to what we just discussed next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey, Phillip Lindsay here, and summer is alive and well. What does that mean? Tea times, perfect drives, and enjoying the greens with family and friends. But if joint pain or back pain is keeping you off the golf course, then you need to discover a natural pain-free relief with Regen RX in Denver. Their Shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing and active golfing life. And the great thing about this is, guys, when you go and see my friends at Regen RX, there's no surgery, no downtime, and no risk. That sounds great, right? Because it is. And right now, they are offering a limited number of consultations. All you need to do is text PAIN to 303-630-9770. Again, that's PAIN to 303-630-9770. Or you can visit them online at regenrx.co. That's regenrx.co. Guys, do not wait any longer. If you guys are dealing with joint pain, back pain, or any type of pain in general, go see my friends at Regen RX today and let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, leading to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues to help men find solutions that fit their individual needs. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Homestrong, Colorado's foundation repair and concrete experts.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Regen RX. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we typically go right into trivia, and we'll do that here in just a couple minutes, so fear not. But I wanted to just piggyback on a couple things that we just talked with Mike Kliss about that I found interesting.
Yeah.
And this story did pop up later yesterday, I should say, that Jonathan Cooper, yes, he's got a virtual court hearing today, and the arraignment coming later in August. But we learned here within the last 24 hours or so that Jonathan Cooper stayed in an inpatient facility for over a month, and Kliss said when his time at the facility was up, he volunteered to stay longer. I found that very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like for Jay Coop to do that, it's working for him. He feels good. Maybe he feels safe, and he's getting a lot out of it. And then, like Mike Kliss brought up, it is a good look. It's a good look that they're not forcing you to stay anywhere, and that you think that it's helping you out. And now for Greg Penner, Sean, George, they're looking at that like you really do want to get better. You're looking for that help, and that's exactly what I want from him, and everybody else does, is for him to get that help that he needs so that he doesn't have this issue again. And obviously for us, selfishly, we want to see him on the football field.
Yeah, and so I think that's good. I think that's look, you cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Nope.
Whatever happened. And it's unfortunate. The whole thing's unfortunate. But at the same time, all you can do is try to be proactive and better yourself. And look, are there obvious gains to be had by going through this process and show you're doing the right things?
Exactly.
Who just did this? Was it Puka?
Puka, yep.
Yeah, Puka, right, is up for a contract extension. Not so great of an offseason from, just different stuff, noise and diff stuff, some not good stuff. And he goes and went to rehab. Was it rehab, right?
It was rehab.
Yeah, it was rehab.
I want to say for drinking. It had a lot to do with the drinking, and went to rehab. And from what I think happened, I believe happened, it's like the organization say, hey man, we're getting ready to pay you a lot of money.
Yep.
And the thing is, we're not paying you just for you to turn around the next year and not be available or to crash out like Brendan Ayuk's doing.
Right.
So like you need to go get help or you're not going to get paid from us. And for Puka, it's like, hey, I could probably break the record here, highest paid receiver in NFL history. Let me go take care of myself and go get the help that I need. And hopefully he's doing it organically and for himself so he can get the help.
That's why I think it was interesting, because that wasn't put in the piece yesterday, so I wanted to confirm it at the end of the conversation. When his time was up, he stayed longer.
Mm-hmm.
I think let me just say, I hope there's something to that there's genuine, like, I know that I'm not right, and I'm going to put in some work to try to get better.
And I thought what was interesting that Mike Kliss brought up is the Denver Broncos saying we're going to still decide whether we want him to start it off or we're going to have him at home still for a little while. I wonder what they are going to do at the beginning of camp. Are they going to let Jay Coop go at it, knowing that, like, hey, man, like, you're going to be there and we don't want no distractions? Or are they going to let him sit at home for a little while and get more help and then let him come when he's really ready to go? It's going to be interesting to see what it looks like and if Jay Coop's out there day one of camp.
Yeah, very interesting. And then I also, and I'm not saying this is nothing for nothing. This is just me thinking out loud. So I was reading the piece from Mike Kliss after we hung up with him. We went to commercial break. I said, I want to make sure, when did this come out? And I just, missed it because it came out while we were on the air yesterday. And then the story was updated in our final hour, and I just didn't see this. So I was reading the piece, and his agent is quoted. Jonathan Cooper's agent is quoted in the 9 News article, and it said Tom Mills. And I'm like, Tom Mills? I know that name, Tom Mills. Tom Mills is an agent based out of Boulder. And then I'm racking my brain, and I'm like, why do I know that name? Why do I know Tom Mills? In 2018, I talked to Tom Mills at the Senior Bowl because he was vying for the services of someone who went on to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and that player picked Tom Mills to be his agent and has been his agent his entire career.
Is that Baker?
You're on it.
Shaking Baker. Okay, yes.
You're on it.
It's starting to jog my memory a little bit. Okay, so Baker Mayfield is still with Mills.
Yes, Baker Mayfield's entire career, he has been managed by Tom Mills out of Boulder, Colorado.
Shout out Tom Mills.
And all the money that Baker has made, that's 3%.
Well, Shaking Baker Mayfield, he's looking for another contract.
That's
right.
right.
He's been very vocal about that. So let's see what old Tom Mills can do for old Baker with this next contract.
Yeah, and I just think it's interesting because Tom Mills up there in Boulder does not have some gargantuan operation. I mean, it's really like, as far as agents go, it'd be unfair to say mom and pop, but it's not like CAA or Athletes First or Clutch. It's not these sports agencies, and it's interesting that that's what Cooper, eventually did. Okay, on the stadium front, real quick. It sounds like some small fires have been put out, but others are still kind of burning here. And it sounds like there is maybe Mike didn't use the word momentum, but it sounds like things are kind of heading in the right direction for Burnham Yard.
Yeah, and that's what you want to hear. You want to hear that it's going to be in Burnham Yard, that the Denver Broncos are going to stay in Denver, and hopefully they can get it done or set and know that we're going to start working on stuff so that you can hit that 2031 mark and everything is good. You don't want to have a setback.
Yeah.
Right? I want to have the U.S. nationals team
World Cup
World
here,
Cup,
the
yep.
Women's World Cup.
Yep. I want to have that. I want to have the biggest things. I want WWE coming here. I want Final Four if that happens to come here.
And real quick, and yes, all that's true, but with the World Cup, with the Women's World Cup, that's where the 2031 deadline gets super specifically serious. That, and we mentioned this yesterday, that the Women's World Cup is on the radar of the ownership group. All right. Now, it doesn't mean you'd have construction companies working through the night to get it done so you can host, but we know that they have submitted a bid to be a host city. We know it's 2031. We know the deadline for, if they stick to the deadline, is 2031. And what a way to debut your new stadium on the global stage and being a host city. Are you kidding me?
Come on.
I mean, that's a big deal. And you know, I'll share this too. And you're only going to hear this on the drive, I can promise you.
I love when you say that.
I can tell you that this is far enough along that in terms of the Burnham Yard, that the ownership group and the organization is fielding pitches from insurance companies to who is going to insure the operation. And you wouldn't do that if you don't think that it's not going to happen. So I can tell you that it's now that's a granular detail, but I think a potentially important one, that if you are having insurance companies come to you and pitch themselves as insurance companies, then you're probably still moving in the right direction and not slamming the brakes and saying, okay, we actually have to explore the Lone Tree thing. And then you have to reimagine the whole thing. Yeah. And so if you're fielding those pitches, you're probably moving along in the process and assuming that the little fires that are still left burning, you will stamp out here in due time. Okay, shifting gears. It's a little past 4:00 on a Friday, and we will play trivia coming up next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer should be a time of joy for children, but Wish kids often miss out due to their illness, creating a dark chapter during a time that should be filled with sunshine and memories. A wish from Make-A-Wish Colorado can change everything for these children, giving them the strength and hope they need to persevere in their fight against critical illness. My name is Carrie Fletcher. I'm part of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Today, Alpine Bank hopes you'll decide to make a life-changing impact in the life of Colorado Wish kids by supporting Make-A-Wish Colorado. There are currently more than 450 Colorado kids with critical illnesses who are waiting for a life-changing wish, and 110 more kids will be diagnosed this summer. You can help make their wishes come true. Visit wish.org/Colorado to help Make-A-Wish Colorado grant some memorable wishes this summer.
Hey, it's Phillip Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
This ain't pop. This ain't pretty. This is Southern hospitality. The Black Crows, Whiskey Myers, Blues-soaked guitars, outlaw swagger. Rock and roll the way it was meant to be. Loud, raw, and real. The Southern Hospitality Tour. The Black Crowes. Whiskey Myers. August 2nd, Fiddler's Green Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at fiddlersgreenamp.com. Produced by AEG Presents.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at beattheda.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
There's a difference between the cameras you buy at Home Depot and the cameras Vantage installs. Consumer cameras give you a grainy silhouette. Vantage cameras can read a license plate at the end of your driveway with full color night vision, 24/7 recording, and no monthly subscription fees, so you never miss a thing. Invest in real security for your home. Schedule a free Vantage Threat Zone Analysis report for your property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was built for Colorado, and July is the perfect time to get one at Champ Honda. Whether you're crushing and cruising city streets or heading into the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need all summer long. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games and no hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, coloradosedation.com.
Hey, it's Zach here. Are you seeing cracks in your home's drywall or foundation? Call Homestrong. Their highly qualified technicians provide free inspections and quotes. With 20-plus years experience in the foundation repair and concrete industry, one thing is certain. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's play a little trivia here on a Friday. Apparently, we just found out here in the commercial that the morning show went 4-0 this morning. And I blame Dante Gomez. I don't know when he's going to learn his lesson.
He's never going to learn his lesson. He's too hard-headed.
He asked the question. There's was it 6 number 1 picks between the Mavericks and the Wizards.
Yeah.
And he's like, name 5 of them. I'm like, dude, these are number 1 overall picks in the draft. Just make them say all 6 of them. And no, I said, dude, you do this every time. These guys are smart sports fans. Like, and there they were answering it correctly. He gave him a Pat Benatar song for the name the tune. Like, dude, you're doing it to Mike and Mark. Like, this is what they're dancing to at their high school prom. And so anyway, we battled through the adversity. Let's have some fun. It's about the listener, and that's what we are going to do right now. And we have Colin filling in for Dante Gomez right now. Dante likely on some sort of psychedelic right now up in the mountains.
Probably. And when he brings his ass back here, he's going to get dropped down to AAA, man. I'm tired of it.
So we got a light switch. When I first met Colin, what's your last name again, Colin?
Zanker.
Yeah, Zanker. Oh, of course, I knew that. And he's like, I'm Colin. Some people call me Light Switch, and I'm like, all right, let's go with Light Switch. So we got Zanker behind the glass. We got Mighty Joe Young with us as well, and Drew per usual, and me and Phil. So let's go ahead and get this off the ground and hit that music.
Question number 1: which NFL team has the worst winning percentage of all time?
The worst winning percentage of all time. So I think I have a pretty good guess, but I want to hear from you guys first. What do you think? The worst winning percentage in NFL history?
NFL history, I want to go with the Cincinnati Bengals. They're one that it seems like they don't win a lot. Like, I haven't heard their names being floating around as a team that just straight wins, all right? Especially back in the day. They've had some good teams, but like being consistent every single year, they're not a great organization.
They are not.
So I'm going to say the Bengals.
The Bengals. Drew, what do you think?
My initial thought was actually the Arizona Cardinals. A franchise that's been around for a very, very, very long time. Started in Chicago, was in St. Louis for a while, now in Arizona, but they've basically been bad their entire existence. So that was my first thought. Yeah, I was on the same boat as Drew. Cardinals were the first team that came to mind along with the Bengals, so I'm kind of 1A, 1B right there.
Yeah. Mighty Joe, any thought? He doesn't have a mic, does he? Okay. So no one has said the team that I was thinking,
right?
But I don't know if this is still the case because they have been better in recent years. But what about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
The Bucs.
Oh, that's a solid guess. Yeah.
I thought I remember seeing, or reading rather, it was when Tom Brady joined the Bucs. He had the greatest winning percentage in NFL history, and he was joining a team that had the worst winning percentage in NFL history. Now, that was like, I don't know, what is that, like 6-7 years ago?
Yeah.
So they've been better with Baker Mayfield since, and they've gone to some postseasons, but I don't know if that would be enough time.
Well, they were basically bad their entire existence up until, the late 90s when Tony Dungy got there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then Gruden won a Super Bowl with them. And then they kind of fell off again after that for a little bit.
Right.
But they were dreadful for basically their entire existence up until the Tony Dungy years.
What about the Saints?
Another good choice. Because
they've
been dreadful up until Sean Payton got there.
Right, and they've been bad since then.
Pretty much.
Or since he left.
Yeah.
I like the Saints one. And then of course Tampa's a good one.
Has enough. How since Brady retired, he came back. Right, they lost. They won the Super Bowl his first year there. Then he came back for another year. Right? Did he stay for 2 more years after, or was it just the 1 year?
Just the one.
It was just the one. And they got smacked by the Cowboys in the postseason.
Yep, in the playoffs, yep.
And they basically been 500 ever since Brady left every year for the most part, or maybe a game over 500. Now that you mentioned, I do kind of like Tampa now.
If that, because here's what like I remember. I remember that statement being true. that the quarterback with the greatest winning percentage was joining the team with the worst winning percentage. And I don't know if enough time has passed to, like, for some of these other teams and organizations to usurp them for that title.
Then let's go with Tampa.
We didn't even mention one of the worst teams in the league in the history, in the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
We didn't mention, but they were good.
They had some
for a while.
Yeah.
They've just basically been bad since the 90s.
I think that's where they want us to go. They want us to go with Cleveland.
Yeah.
But I think Tampa would be a great one.
Well, it's also a split history because I think the Ravens actually have the old Cleveland Browns, and the new Cleveland Browns are a separate thing. They might be the worst.
Oh, because I know that I saw this and read this, like, however many years ago.
Yeah.
I think that just that piece of evidence, like, maybe breaks some ties.
I like it.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
And even if we get it wrong, it'll be rooted in something other than just a pure guess.
For sure.
So let's go Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Final answer, send it in.
Answer, the Tampa Bay
Let's
Buccaneers.
go.
Oh, bang.
There we go.
Bang.
Bang.
Great start. Great start.
Who's that, Shooter McGavin?
All right, let's fire another one. Light switch.
Question number 2. Of the top 3 all-time single-game rushing leaders in college football history, 2 are former Broncos. Pick 2 of these players. Ron Dane, Melvin Gordon, Noshawn Moreno, Ronnie Hillman, Samaje Perine, or Floyd Little.
All right, can you fire that question one more time, Zanker?
Question number 2. Of the top 3 all-time single-game rushing leaders in college football history, 2 are former Broncos. Pick 2 of these players. Ron Dane, Melvin Gordon, Noshawn Moreno, Ronnie Hillman, Samaje Perine, or Floyd Little.
All right. Okay. I don't think it's Floyd Little.
No,
we can start there and take him off.
I don't think it's Ronnie Hillman either.
I don't think it's Ronnie Hillman either.
It's not Samaje either.
Are you sure?
No, Samaje had a monster game when he was at Oklahoma.
He did.
So we're not talking about career rushing.
It's a single
game.
game.
Single game.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because
So
Samaje
yes.
Perine, I think, and then
because he had like a 250 or some 275-yard game.
He
in Oklahoma.
He did.
So it went. This is how it went, if I remember this correctly. It went Melvin Gordon number 1, right at first. Melvin went crazy
for single game.
Yeah, it went Melvin, and then the next week Samaje went off, and I believe that if it wasn't Melvin, it was somebody else. I just remember Samaje going off the next week after a running back just went for some crazy yards. It was like over 300 yards.
Because I was going to say, because I remember thinking about this, that didn't the Broncos have hold on, I could screw this up. Is Jaleel like college football's all-time leader if you combine Division 3, 2, and 1 together?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is or not. I mean, you might be in the ballpark with it, but I'm not sure.
Someone was. I thought it was Jaleel. Did Jaleel play at Youngstown?
He did.
And he might have played at like a Division 2, like Notre Dame of Pennsylvania or something like, and then he transferred or whatever. But I remember I thought, like, okay, the Broncos have the all-time leading rusher in college football history, all divisions combined. Plus they had, I think, Perine, who had the single game record for a while. And I just found that interesting at the time. I don't know if I ever said it into a mic, but I think Perine is one of them.
I think he is too.
I think we would go, and I would go with Samaje Perine.
Now, Ron Dane is one of the all-time leaders. So Ron Dane was a Bronco?
Ron Dane was
I
a
don't
Bronco
remember
briefly.
that.
Yep.
I just remember him for the Giants.
I think it was for like a year, but yeah, in fact, for a while he held the single season record, which then I think was broken by Melvin Gordon.
And then was broken by Samaje Perine.
I think you might be right.
He had a big touchdown run against the Cowboys.
Oh, Rod Dane? Yeah.
So I know he's one of the all-time leaders in totality, but this is single game. And he must have had some monster games because he's one of the all-time leading rushers in college football history. But what about Melvin Gordon?
I think
Melvin's
Melvin's
that
the
huge
second
game
one.
because Melly Mel went off on Nebraska. I think it was Nebraska where he went for like almost 300 yards, if not 300 yards.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And that's what I'm saying. I think the next week, literally the next week, Samaje went off and went for that. And it was Samaje was with Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon.
And it was Samaje Perine, but Samaje went off that game.
I like it.
And the code, it was Samaje went off against the Kansas.
It was Jayhawks, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jayhawks. Kansas Jayhawks.
I think you're right.
So we want to go, and all these guys had big games. Like our guy No Sean had huge games. Ron Dane, obviously. So we want to go with Melvin Gordon and Samaje Perine.
Yep,
I like it.
Okay, you guys go with that. Okay, let's go. Melvin Gordon and Samaje Perine. Final answer. Send it in.
Answers: Melvin Gordon and Samaje
Let's
Perine.
go!
Bang! 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 Bang!
Back to back. We have to look at. I think it was back to back.
Back to back.
Back to back.
All right, we'll continue trivia next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
What is going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers, and I know there's at least 50 of you listening to me right now driving down that street who are thinking about popping that question to your special somebody. And if that's the case, then guys, you know you need a diamond. So I'm going to save you some time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting that next chapter with that perfect diamond engagement ring, celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something big for yourself for once, because all of us deserves to be spoiled once in our life, this is where it's all going to begin for you at Williams Jewelers. Close your eyes and imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you could imagine, plus the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, but they're going to sit you down, have a great conversation with you, and give you the best price in Colorado guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado's hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn a few missing shingles or a small leak into costly water damage, mold, and even a full roof replacement. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust the experts at Colorado's Best Roofing. They provide honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service to keep your home or business protected. Schedule your free roof inspection today. Visit roofingcolorado.com.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms.
You know that feeling, sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a stack of bills, wondering how you got here? Credit cards, car payments, subscriptions you forgot about. It all piles up. But here's the thing. If you own a home, you're sitting on the answer. American Financing can help you declutter your monthly bills into a single, manageable payment. Their salary-based mortgage consultants look at your entire financial picture, not just one piece, all right? The average customer savings is $800 a month. You may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. Guys, there is never any upfront fees or obligation with American Financing. This is a family-owned lender, not one of those big banks where you're just a number. So pick up the phone. and start that conversation at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or simply visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UM/UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us. 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
We here in the sports world love talking about dynasties. Denver Deck Builders works with a dynasty of their own. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains.
Trex has been the most common. It was the first composite. It's been the most common one. It's over 50% of the market. They have a great product. It's the most durable product that I've used on my own deck in my own backyard. Trex is probably our biggest hitter.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Genie log, day 10,574. The Powerball jackpot is over $500 million now. So nobody's looking for a genie in a lamp. To find my lamp, you gotta go spelunking in a cave and say, "Open sesame." But who spelunks? For a chance to win the Powerball jackpot, all you have to do is play. I'm never getting out of here.
Grant your own wishes. The Powerball jackpot is over $500 million. Must be 18 to play. Approximate jackpot odds are 1 in 293 million. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Where's that whistle? There it is.
Bring that whistle.
Oh, having some fun on a Friday, man. We just went 2-0 in trivia, and we just talked about the trivia. And this is what trivia is supposed to be.
Yes.
Like, it's not necessarily like who gets the most right or wrong. Like, you're creating discussion, right? You're learning something. And we just talked about these running backs all through the commercial break. And so, man, I take my hat off to you. You were spot on. Melvin Gordon. Did he set the single game record?
Yes, at that time he did.
He set the single game record. Drew, how many yards?
He had 408 yards against Nebraska on November 15th, 2014. And by the way, I got a text from Chad Andrews, who was listening.
Shout out, Chad.
He did it in 3 quarters. Because they were hammering Nebraska so bad, he did it in 3 quarters. He didn't even play in the 4th.
That should be impossible. That should actually be impossible. But then to Phil's point, the next week, Melvin had the single game rushing title for 1 week. Because Samaje Perine the next week did what, Drew?
427 yards against Kansas.
427 yards.
He accounted for 81% of Oklahoma's offense against the Jayhawks that day.
Like, are you
Unbelievable.
kidding me?
I mean, they were fun to watch in college. Like, say what you want about Melly Mel as a Denver Bronco and all that, but in college,
he was an animal. I mean, just an absolute animal.
Yes.
And Melvin was a very good, pro.
Yes.
But
yes, he was.
But fun fact, and I'll boost my guy up here for a second. Phillip Lindsay had more 1,000-yard rushing seasons in the NFL than Melvin Gordon did.
Which is
how many people realize that out there right now?
I didn't.
I mean but yeah, like, and then those Wisconsin backs.
Yeah, the Wisconsin backs.
The Monty Ball, Ron Dane, Melvin Gordon, James White,
Jonathan Taylor.
Like, man, they went on a run.
That's
they had some dogs.
RBU. I mean, really, that is incredible. So how crazy is this sentence? You're gonna love this, Phil.
I love it. I love it.
Well, we'll hear the statement first.
Okay.
Melvin Gordon had more rushing yards in 3 quarters against Nebraska than any CU running back has had in any season in 4 years.
Yeah, I don't love that.
CU has not had a 400-yard rusher in a presidential term.
Yeah, come on.
That should also be impossible. All right, let's play some more trivia. This is fun. Fire away, Zanker.
You gotta love it.
Question number 3. Of the following players to hit 600 or more home runs, which one did not win an MVP during his career? Was it Sammy Sosa, Jim Thome, Albert Pujols, Alex Rodriguez, or Henry Aaron?
Pujols and Aaron. Okay. So it's among players who had hit 600 home runs that never won an MVP. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
And it's Hank Aaron, Sammy Sosa, Jim Thome, A-Rod, or Albert Pujols. Okay. My first thought goes to Sammy Sosa.
I was getting ready to say, I know you're going to be like, yeah, right, Phil. That's the first one that came to my head, too. Like, great. Like, right, he had a great season.
I mean, great career. He's over 600 dingers.
But he could be one that didn't end up getting the MVP.
I think he won it in 98. So remember, there was the summer 98, the home run chase.
Of course.
Sammy and Mark McGwire.
That was like gripping.
It was. It was unbelievable. King Griffey Jr. was in there. Brady Anderson was in there. I mean, it was like a 4-man race.
Rafael Palmeiro.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. But I think Sammy Sosa won the MVP that season.
Okay.
The first name, honestly, that comes to mind for me, and it's why I surprised you, is Hank Aaron. I'm not sure Hank Aaron ever actually won an MVP.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the rest all seem obvious. Like, A-Rod definitely won an MVP.
Yeah. Pujols won it.
Pujols absolutely
Pujols
won it.
definitely won it, yeah.
Jim Thome, I'm almost positive, won an MVP.
So you can take those 3 out.
Hank Aaron would be a wild answer.
It would be. But he did over just like the longevity, like the course of his long career.
Yeah.
It's how he got to, 715 and all that stuff. Oh.
Zanker, any thought?
I mean, I like where Drew is going, and I would go back to him with the Sosa fact, and I can't remember that year with the race if it was him getting that MVP over a McGwire in those years.
Because the Cubs were a playoff team that year, if I remember correctly, and the Cardinals were not.
Okay. Man, you remember his little skip out of the box?
Boy, do I.
That was the best.
Yep.
He'd swing that, and he knew it, and he'd do that little... Now, once in a while, he'd do it, and he'd get caught at the wall. But, like, most times, he'd do that little skip. That was so unique to Sammy Sosa. Have you seen Sammy lately, the what he's done to his skin?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's one of the
crazy.
strangest things I've ever seen.
What do you do?
He's bleached his skin over and over and over, and he's like a white man.
Yeah, see.
Like, it's very bizarre. Google it. It's disturbing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google that.
It does not look natural. Okay. Do we want to go Hank Aaron?
I feel fairly confident it's Hank Aaron.
Let's go Hank.
All right, we'll put the ball in Drew's hands. Let's go Hank Aaron. Final answer. Send it in.
Answer, Jim Thome.
Whoa, man. That stings.
That's surprising that he never won an MVP.
He did just about everything else then.
He did. I mean, he did it for multiple teams, Cleveland, the White Sox, Philly.
Right.
He was so
I
good.
want to say that guy's like a 15-time All-Star or something like that.
I would have thought he won it in Cleveland. But
shucks. All right, final question. It's our curveball question. Zanker, fire away.
And for your curveball question, name that tune.
Here we go.
We're going to play a little clip for you, and you're going to have to answer the song and the artist.
I love this song. Oh, man, I like that song a lot, but I couldn't tell you who or what.
I know.
Zanker, we got to bump in with that, please, next segment.
If we figure out who it was.
Yeah.
I know the
I
song.
have a feeling we'll get an answer at some point.
Oh, my God.
I think it is Death Cab for Cutie.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, man, what is the name of the song?
Play it again, Zanker.
Something about light, like shining light, blinding light, something to that effect, I think.
All right.
You think it's like blinding light?
It might be. Death Cab for Cutie, Blinding Light. I don't know, because it's so similar to like the name of the song, Blinding Light, to the Weeknd's Blinding Light song. I just don't know.
Something light.
I think it's something
What
light.
about Mighty Joe Young back there? You're a big music guy. You look like you're a roadie for a band on tour.
Previous life, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, he did say Death Cab for Cutie.
Okay.
Right out of the gate, but
Shining light.
No, we'll just go. How about this? It's a Friday.
Maybe just go light.
It's something with light in it. If it's Death Cab for Cutie with light in the answer, we'll award ourselves a participation medal and go 3 because we're already not going to go 4-0.
Yeah.
So it's like when they wrote the Declaration of Independence, they put in like an elastic clause. You can kind of wiggle some stuff in there. And so let's go with Death Cab for Cutie, something with light in the title, to go 3-1. Final answer. Send it in.
Answer, What You Know by Two Door Cinema Club.
I went 0 for 2 on that.
Yeah. We just messed that one up.
All right, we'll bump back in with that. We'll enjoy it a little bit. Hey, we've gone back and forth on what the expectation should be between the dynamic of Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. We now know what the odds makers think of that dynamic. Also, LeBron James made his final basketball decision. How will it impact the Denver Nuggets? We'll get to all of that as we are on the doorstep of 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Phillip Lindsay here. Summer is about hikes, golf, family adventures, and more. But if degenerative joints or old high school sports injuries are slowing you down, Regen RX can help you out with that. Get 50% off your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps stimulate healing and reduce chronic pain with no surgery and no downtime. Plus, ask about their stem cell or PRP options. Book your free consultation today. Give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co. Again, that's regenrx.co.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR. or advancedhair.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, trivia was fun. This is getting added to the playlist. No doubt. That was tough. None of us had a frame of reference of who the artist or name of the song was, but fun nonetheless here on a Friday. And we are rolling downhill. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. I said going into the last break, we've gone back and forth about what we expect the dynamic to be between Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. Well, we now know what the odds makers think, okay? Both of these wide receivers' season-long prop have been put out, all right? And I think it's going to catch some people off guard, okay? Courtland Sutton has a season-long receiving total of 774 yards. Now, they put a little 0.5 on it to make sure there's a winner and there's a loser and you can't tie. All right, so technically it's 774 and a hook or 774 and a half. But for all intents and purposes, I'm just going to say 774 yards. So Courtland Sutton, the odds makers, who are pretty damn good at what they do, have set his season-long total at 774 yards. Does that surprise you?
It definitely surprises me because for 2 straight years, Court has been over 1,000 yards. All right, for 2 straight years, Cortland Sutton has been Bo Nick's #1 target. And now you're telling me Cortland's going to go from being a 1,000-yard receiver to going over a little over 700 yards, 740, right? 740?
774.
Okay, 774. Like, I'm hitting the over on that. That's big time. As long as Cortland Sutton can stay healthy, in which the 2 years that Court has went over 1,000 yards, he's been able to stay healthy, he's going to get past that 700-yard mark. I see him going for at least 800, let's go 840 yards that Cortland Sutton can get to, even with the addition of Jalen Waddle, ZB. What about you, man?
Yeah, it's surprising to me. Now, I would not have if I were setting this for Sutton myself, I would have probably put it at somewhere around, what'd you say, 850?
Yes, 850.
Yeah, it'd be right around there. It'd be right around 850 yards. 774 yards is literally hundreds of yards away of his output over the last 2 years. And so, but again, there's a reason why the number is the number, right? And so this is the forecast from the odds makers. Jalen Waddle, on the other hand, he has a season-long receiving prop of 899 yards. All right, now, similarly, they put the 0.5 there, so there's a winner and loser, because we know when we pull up stats, no one has a half yard in the box score. So 899 yards. What an interesting number. So if Waddle gets to 900 or more yards, the over hits. If he's at 899 or less, the under hits. So is that number surprising to you?
So Waddle went for 910 yards last year. So he hit the 900-yard mark. In his career, Waddle has went over 1,000 yards 3 times. Yes, I'm hitting the over on this one. I thought that was interesting that the odds makers had him at 899. I'm gonna have Waddle going over 900 yards. I think I believe he's gonna get to 1,000 yards, just like Court, because one, Davis Webb, young offensive play caller, he wants to throw the ball. He was a quarterback. We know Sean Payton loves to throw the ball, and Bo Nix had the most passing attempts in the NFL last year. So with that being said, I'm hitting the over on Jalen Waddle. I'm hitting the over on Cortland Sutton, and it's gonna be a year where they're gonna try to pass the hell out of that football.
Yeah, I think without trying to be a homer. Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. I'd go over on each of these numbers. I mean, barring health, I don't really see a scenario where I shouldn't get too far out ahead of my skis. I mean, football's hard, and but yeah, I just over, on both of these. And so, but I think that we should just be aware of what they're thinking.
Well, tell me this before, and I'm sorry for cutting you off. If they do, let's just say that Waddle gets to 899, Cortland goes for a little over 740. Are the Denver Broncos winning a bunch of games? Do you believe?
Yeah, I do. And this goes back to something that we just don't see the same way. We see it very differently. You believe that Sutton and Waddle are both going for 1,000 yards. I have made the argument that it would be best for the Denver Broncos if no one goes for 1,000 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're talking about revival of the run game here in Denver, right? You remember running backs? Do you still care?
No,
do you
I
still
don't.
care?
I started sleeping in silk sheets. And I'm good. Screw the running backs.
Well, and we don't know how Davis Webb is going to handle this because he is the new play caller and he is a former quarterback. So maybe he sees the game like Sean does, but maybe he doesn't. And I believe it would be most prudent for a well-balanced offense to run the ball at a higher level than they did a year ago. And if Dobbins is healthy or if Coleman can really play, either of those two things come true. I don't, you know how I feel. I don't think R.J. Harvey's a down-and-down running back in the NFL. Weapon for sure, down-and-down running back. I have to see that to believe it. But if we're talking about the revival of the run game, are we also talking about, reset expectation for Evan Ingram?
Yeah, that you have to kind of bake that in there as well. Like, Evan Ingram needs to have a better year. Now, stats-wise, it looked okay last year, but when you're watching the football games, it was not good enough. And there was a lot of times where Evan Ingram was dropping a football or catching the ball in the backfield and getting tackle for a loss, not breaking that tackle, and has only had one touchdown. Like I said earlier,
That's
so,
crazy.
Come on now.
That he finished with one touchdown.
That's a tight end, a starting tight end.
Right. That we thought was like the savior to the
Joker.
position, the Joker and the Loch Ness Monster. They found him and the gifts and all this stuff. It just didn't work out. And the one touchdown he had, it was like the fourth read on from the 4-yard line. So if we're expecting a revival and a more sustained effort in the run game, if we're expecting Evan Ingram to step up and be maybe 75% of what we thought he could be this time last year, and it's not just two wide receivers running around out there. Like, they're going to have Troy Franklin in the fold. They're going to have Pat Bryant in the fold.
Man.
Maybe they'll have Mims in the fold. We'll see how that all shakes out. So when we talk about this stuff, in a vacuum, we all agree on these stuff. But then when you put it all together, it's the ultimate team game. And I would still make the argument that the healthiest setup for the Denver Broncos is all this stuff to happen. And that means that, like, individual stats are sort of going to be, like, flattened out a little bit.
Well, like, this is how I think of it as. All right, yes, Bo Nix is going to get that ball around to everybody, the running backs, the tight ends, the receivers. Everybody is going to touch that football. But this is where a football player, if you want to be great in this league, you have to take matters into your own hands and start breaking tackles, creating plays for your own self.
Sure.
And this is where someone like Jalen Waddle comes to play, where I've said it multiple times. Jalen gets a 3-yard slant, catches it for 7 yards, breaks that tackle, and then he's off to the races for a 70-yard touchdown. That inflates your stats. And that's how Jalen Waddle will get to 1,000 yards. Not because Bo is going to force feed him, but the opportunities are going to be there. Waddle's going to take advantage of them, break a couple tackles, and may be more explosive this year for the Denver Broncos. And this is where you get the 1,000-yard receiving years and the rushing years. You got to do a little bit more than just getting the ball 5 yards if you're running back. Like, you got to break some tackles, make something happen.
Well, I'll say there's a decent chance one of these guys goes over 1,000 yards. All right, and if you're just joining us, the reason we're talking about it, the season-long props came out for Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. Sutton's season-long receiving total has been set at 774 yards, and Jalen Waddle's has been set at 899 yards. I'll just say, we go back to what we talked about a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Only one time in Sean Payton's 17 years as a head coach has any wide receiver gotten more than 30% of the target share. And that was Michael Thomas when he led the league in receptions, set the single-season receptions record.
That was a bad man that year.
And there's a guy on the roster that was actually comped to Michael Thomas by the guy in charge who's not named either Sutton or Waddle, and that's Pat Bryant. So I just think that if you make the Broncos offense more democratic and stats be damned, who cares about stats?
It doesn't matter if you're not winning games.
That's right. That's right. And obviously we care to a certain degree, but certainly not over winning games, like you said. So if you make it more democratic and you're not sure where the punches are coming from, I go back to this can be a Goro offense, Goro from Mortal Kombat, who had 4 arms, and you don't know. Like, is this punch coming from Evan Ingram? Is it an uppercut from Pat Bryant? Or here is Waddle over the top? And so, and then don't forget about running the ball.
You got to run the ball.
You have to. You have to.
You must.
If like the Denver Broncos, if they have the running backs that we hope that they're going to have, you should not be leading the league in passing attempts.
No, but see, it's not going to be on the running backs. The running backs are going to take advantage of their opportunities. It's going to be on Sean and Davis Webb. Can you stick with the run long enough? I know it can be boring, and fans don't want to see 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but you must set that up because over time you start to wear a defense out. You start to make a sense of like what's going on with the defense, and at some point the defense will be lulled to sleep. They'll be in the wrong area where they're out of place, and this is where you have those big time 50, 40, 45-yard runs taken to the house. You got to be patient in the run game. Can Davis Webb and Sean Payton do that? We still haven't seen that from Sean, so let's see if Davis can do it.
All right, there we go. Those are the season-long prop totals. We shall see how this all shakes out. We begin to gather evidence inside the next week. We're not sure if we're going to be out there on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm convinced it's going to be one of those days. And here we go, off to the races for the Denver Broncos 2026 season. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS-FM Laramie.
The 5 o'clock whistle, powered by Smart Local Union 9 sheet metal workers. Smart Local 9, where pride meets your future.
We are coming with it, and we're coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive, powered by Regen RX.
Woo! Put me in the game, ZB. Put me in. I'll go for 1,000 yards. With that offensive line that the Denver Broncos have, and Bo Nix, 2 receivers, oh, man, that would be lovely.
If you started to get ready now, and you went through a training camp, with this offensive line, what do you think you still have in the tank?
The game is so fast. Like, I want to say I can go out there and do it. I could probably go out there and do it for a couple plays because I did have a couple sprints in me. I sprint the other day, and I felt
did you
good.
really?
Yeah. Then the next day.
Don't pop anything.
Oh, exactly. The next day I felt like I almost popped my Achilles. I don't have anything left, and it's not because I don't have it. It's just because it's not enough time. I can go out there for a little while, but something's gonna happen.
Yeah,
it's just your body's not used to it. Z.
Yep, I get it. That's why I question the Aaron Donald stuff. It's just like, are you gonna jump back on a train that moves 100 miles per hour when you've been retired? I know you look big and buff, but sports are different. Like Conor McGregor, like, no, you can't just jump back in and
look what happened to that man.
Right. I mean, it lasted all of 10 seconds. I mean, so yes, sports typically does not work that way unless you're LeBron James. Unless you're LeBron James. This guy is ageless. And I said this a few weeks ago. Tom Brady and LeBron James, the only guys I've ever seen that were able to land punches on Father Time. Now, you're not going to mess with his unblemished record because time will come for LeBron. But goodness gracious, the fact that the basketball world was waiting on LeBron James's decision 16 years after, quote, the decision, where he announced that he was going to go join the Miami Heat. And I said this last Friday, but it bears repeating. The next biggest free agent in the NBA in that cycle was Carlos Boozer. Carlos Boozer's son is now in the NBA, and LeBron James still had the largest free agent decision of the offseason.
Come on, dude. Come on. And I have to give you kudos for this, Z, because I don't think anybody else had this but you. And you were confident about LeBron James making his decision this week.
I said on Monday, we will know this week.
Yeah, and it's Friday, and we know. Now we know where LBJ, LeBron James, is going for what we all think now. It's his final stop.
Final stop. And what a curveball this is. The Sixers? LeBron's going to Philly?
To Philly, baby.
I mean, I thought for sure he'd be staying on the West Coast and go to Golden State. He has an empire built in California. I thought he could potentially end up back in South Beach. There was that snafu last week where a Heat staffer accidentally posted the link for a YouTube LeBron James introductory presser, and there was some conspiracy theory about that. Like, could there be some teeth to that and why that happened? And then, our producer, Drew, shot along when this broke, and it said LeBron James is going to Philly, and it had him in a Sixers uniform. I triple-checked. I'm like, there's no way. But it's true. And LeBron, he's going to sign a 2-year deal for $8 million with a player option in year number 2. And you think of, like, what this means, and we'll talk about the layers and ripple effects, what it means for the Denver Nuggets. But we are in an era of the new CBA that we're like, what are we, 3 or 4 years into it, whatever it is. And it's such a new landscape where the finances of how you construct your team have never, ever been more important. And a team just gets to have LeBron James for $8 million. That is unbelievable. It really is. It's unbelievable. And he put this message out on social media. He said, I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still love this game, and I have more to give. The last few weeks have really been special. I've never been able to have no clue what to do and take real time to just think. I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out. This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. what am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete, to win, and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home, end quote. Interesting message, but I think that last part is telling. This is likely who the remaining teams were, right? The Miami Heat, the Cleveland Cavs, and the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
That he felt like he needed to acknowledge those teams that he did not pick. And here he is in Philly. And this is what the starting lineup is going to look like. Tyrese Maxey, absolute freaking light show. Just
Great dog.
So fun to watch. Like, going downhill, he is freaking just lights out.
What do you know about attacking downhill in the run game?
He does that. He does that,
That's
Coach.
right.
Maxey goes downhill on dudes.
He does that, Coach.
And then at the 2, they have VJ Edgecombe, who they drafted 3rd overall out of Baylor. And this guy is freaking so fun to watch. 16 points a game as a rookie. Then at the 3, at the small forward spot, you have Jaylen Brown, who just got traded there in the Boston Celtics blockbuster. LeBron James at the power forward spot, so playing the 4. And then at the 5, it's Joel Embiid. That is a real starting lineup.
That's a dangerous starting lineup if Embiid can stay healthy, right? Big if. We know he's never healthy. But if they can kind of recapture what Embiid was when he won the MVP, this is going to be a scary team. And for LeBron, it's like I'm on a team that's younger. I'm on a team that plays really good defense. And now I don't have to do a lot of work. I can just do my part, which is I want to score. And if I do play defense, that's an added bonus. And when I decide I don't want to, I got guys that can do it for me. And so now it's just like, what does this look like for the 76ers? Do they become a top dog to a chance to win it all? You know, with adding Brown and LeBron James. This is insane, man. I can't believe LBJ decided to go to the 76ers Philly at that, right? Like, the crowd there is insane. The fans go crazy. If you're doing well, they love you. And if you're not, you already know, ZB, they're going to let you know that they hate you.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. And I just can't imagine, like, what this season is going to look like with this team. Philly's going to be on national TV 3 nights a week. And here's what I'll say, too, and this is just my instinct. Like, I think that LeBron James actually made the basketball decision. Like, it wasn't about, joining with Curry or reviving memories in Miami or being in South Beach or staying in California with his empire. Like, the fact that LeBron is going to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I think he legitimately made a basketball decision. And I know the Nuggets were, in the mix there for a second. And
were they really, though?
Well,
were they really? I mean, we had that one great day where we were able to react to it. But after that, it fizzled out. Like,
that one day. It was that one day.
Yeah, after that, it went quiet. Like, did LeBron James, did that ever come out of his mouth that he wanted to be with the Denver Nuggets? I mean, who knows? We probably will never know, but I'm asking you.
I'm saying maybe after his career is over, which I can't believe it's not, but maybe when it's all said and done, he'll tell these stories. And, God, LeBron's got to have a million stories. But I think the Nuggets were – the one day that was fascinating when we were on the air and I couldn't believe it was happening is when in the first thing in the morning, the Nuggets were 50-1 to land LeBron James. It got cut in half to 25-1 by the time we came on the air. And then in hour 3, the Nuggets moved to 5-1.
Yeah. So
from 50-1 down to 5-1 within like a 7-hour period. And we were like, dude, we have to talk about this. This is insane. And we know the relationship that he had with or has with Josh Kroenke at the nucleus of why the Nuggets were ever connected to LeBron. I think it's twofold. One, you had smart basketball people saying, if he really wants to win, the best basketball fit is in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And then the secondary reason was he's got this relationship with Josh Kroenke, and it's a really good relationship and long-standing relationship to the point where they've gone literally on vacations together where they're on a yacht for 3 or 4 days together. Like, you don't do that with a casual, acquaintance. And so I think that to pay the relationship respect, I think that he sort of put his arm around Denver for 30 seconds. And I made the analogy.
Damn, 30 seconds.
If you were a high school recruit right now and you were coming out of Denver South and you're getting recruited by Nebraska, CU, San Diego State, what have you, and your uncle, who's had a big impact on you growing up, was the head coach at School of Mines, you might take a visit. And because it's going to bring attention to Mines, it shows a positive, relationship or whatever, and you're doing your uncle a solid. And I think that, obviously I'm just making up that analogy, but that's what I think was sort of the deal with LeBron James and Josh Kroenke.
Well, then he hurt our hearts, right? He had us all thinking that we had a chance when we never did. Now, my question to you now is, did LeBron James make the best decision for him? When you take a step back and you look at the teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, and then Denver. And then, of course, he went with the 76ers.
Yeah.
Is the 76ers the best spot for LeBron James, the best chance for him to win another ring?
It's a pretty damn good one.
Like, compared to, let's keep it in-house. Like, compared to the Denver Nuggets, because everybody's saying the best chance for LeBron James to win these games is to be here with Denver, partner with Jokic. They'll run it back with what they have right now. They'll add Payton Watson. Okay, is that a better situation then than him signing to the 76ers, which he believed it wasn't?
Oh, man. I mean, at least they made it out of the first round. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they did.
Like LeBron is no one's savior in 2026. This is not 2010. This is not 2016. And so that's not who he is. So he has to go somewhere where it potentially puts a team over the top and to accent the room, not be a centerpiece. And I think that if he's looking at the Denver Nuggets, you might look like, wait a second, they got beat in the first round. I can't really help them right now. This isn't 2023 in terms of who the Nuggets are. This is a team that got beat in 6 games in the first round by Terrence Shannon Jr. and Ayo Dosunmu. Like, it wasn't even Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony. No, it was like Cat was gone. Like, Rudy Gobert was like dominant for half that series. And so, I think maybe that goes into his calculus as well. I don't know. But the situation there in Philly, it's pretty good, man. They have youth. They have athleticism. They have defenders. Do the Nuggets have any of that?
No. We're old. We don't defend. And what else do you need? Athletic? They're not athletic.
Athleticism. Like, you look at VJ Edgecombe, hyper athlete, like a plus NBA athlete. Tyrese Maxey, plus NBA athlete. Jaylen Brown, plus NBA athlete. And all those guys play defense. And so, and LeBron's no one's stopper anyway, right now, this version. So you're not looking at Denver like, man, I'm going to have to defend there. Like, he's got some real help flanking him in Philly. And so I think the Nuggets would have been an awesome fit. I do. But they have, unfortunately, and it does sting me to say this, they have lost the benefit of the doubt, the Denver Nuggets. You haven't been out of the second round in years, and now you're losing in the first round. And the whole league, as well as me, raising my hand, thinks that you're going to be shedding salary. Now, would they have done that if LeBron came? Maybe not. But, it's like, if I don't come, you're going to tear down your team so you don't have to pay the luxury tax? I'm actually good on that.
And also you have to think, and I'm thinking of it right now, if I'm LeBron James, I'm looking at the head coach. Who's the head coach? David Adelman.
Right. What?
Like, dude, that doesn't move the needle.
No.
You're telling me I'm going to have to be the head coach as well, and sometimes me and Jokic may have to go at it because we have different philosophies at times maybe. And then I'm looking at, okay, if we need to make a couple other moves, all right, who's in the front office? You guys have 2 general managers? Co-GMs that are young and never done it before? All right, I'm out. I'm out, right? If I'm LeBron James and I think that, this is the last stop, I'm getting ready to be 42 years old and I want to win another ring, it doesn't seem like the Nuggets would have been the best stop. I just look back at it now.
Yeah.
And now I'm more worried about this year coming up for the Denver Nuggets, ZB, because it's like, what are they going to do? We continue to go back and forth on it. I want us to have at least a chance to be in the thing, get to the playoffs. But if we do a bunch of salary dumping, let's just say, we're having issues with Payton Watson, let's just say, what does that look like for 2026? do the Denver Nuggets even get to the playoffs? And then if they don't, what does it look like for Jokic moving forward? Do you really want to be a part of this? There's so many different things going on over here, so many distractions and drama that I'm a little bit more concerned than I thought.
And by the way, and yes, you have a right to be concerned. You have a right to be concerned. I've said it for a couple months now. I don't want to purposely sound negative when it comes to this. Is the most negative I've ever been in my near decade in Denver, Colorado when it comes to the Nuggets. But to tell the authentic truth of what is happening here and what has this situation devolved into, to tell the truth is to be a bit negative. There's not a lot of things to cling to here that would lead you to believe that the Nuggets can get back to the mountaintop. And if that's still how we're analyzing, because the Nuggets are still a very good team. They are. They won 54 games this year. That's the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. That is pretty damn good. But you're also not close to the highest level of the sport. Like the delta in between Oklahoma City and San Antonio to then Denver, I think is pretty sizable. And so it's just it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. And the Nuggets are out of assets.
Yep.
And I think they're in a strained relationship right now with Payton Watson. And
so you do think it's strained?
I
right?
do.
You think there's some friction already?
I do.
Like not like I was under the impression, and maybe it's just me wishful thinking. Is hey, they were kind of still focused on LeBron James, although they knew he wasn't gonna come to the Denver Nuggets. Now LeBron James is going to the 76ers. That news is out there. We can just focus on getting something done with P. Watt, and it's going to be done maybe next week. And I know you said, hey, it's going to be dragged on, but I'm hoping that this can get done because the Nuggets have nothing else. Who else are you going to go and get? Keep a guy that you've been developing. It's the easiest thing you can do.
Yeah, and of course he represents all the stuff that the Denver Nuggets are missing, is what Payton Watson represents. Shot making, shot creation, athleticism, youth, and defense. That's what they're lacking, and that's what he represents all in one player. And, of course, Clutch Sports knows that. And I think, here's what I think in terms of the strained relationship. I think he wants to be a Denver Nugget as long as it's on his financial terms. And this is why I'm concerned about going down this road. And I disagree with you. I don't think the weight here has anything to do with LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
If the waiting period that we're in and this holding pattern has to do with a star player, it's probably Kawhi Leonard, to finish the aspiration case with the Los Angeles Clippers, and because that could be a potential suitor. Because none of the potential suitors for LeBron, and certainly not the one that he named by name at the end of his letter today, are suitors for Payton Watson. So in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, but in my opinion, I think the two situations were completely separate, and I think this is going to turn into a negotiation. And I think things are. I think if there was harmony between P. Watt and the organization, which I'm not sure there was, but if there was, I think it's going to be severely disrupted. And as I mentioned yesterday, if you think you're getting $130 million. Right, and Michael Porter Jr. put that out at Fanatics Fest, right? If you think you're getting 130 and no team presents an offer sheet to you, and now that becomes a negotiation between you and the organization has to do what's best for the Denver Nuggets, and maybe that means not pay you every single dime that you're looking for, and unfortunately, no, we're not going to pay you what Christian Brown. Like, this thing, I believe, is going to drag out the same way that a lot of clutch restricted free agents have dragged out. And I think that there's going to be some ill will between P. Watt and the organization. And that happens sometimes in negotiations or naturally. But I think that it's going to be one of these things where it's like, P. Watt, you thought you were getting 130. You're actually going to get 80. Okay. Do you want to take $50 million less, or do you want to play on a $4 million qualifying offer and try to reach unrestricted free agency? Yeah. Could he, and I mentioned this yesterday, but it bears repeating, I think they might try to get creative and say, okay, this isn't working for us financially. Let's do a 2-year contract. Second year has a player option. If I ball out, I'll just turn down the player option and go to another team and get the bag. And if I don't, the player option has more money in year number 2 than it does in year number 1. So I'll take a little haircut up front, help you guys. So I'll play for maybe,
help you guys out.
I'll play for $12 million, but in year number 2 it goes to $25 million. And so if I don't play well or I get hurt, I pick up my player option. I'm going to make $25 million, and if I ball out, I'm declining it and going elsewhere. There's not. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky with Peyton Watson.
All right, so I'm trying to understand you now, because now it's going to be tricky with P-Watt. It doesn't look like the Nuggets are going to make any moves. It looks like they're going to run it back. As of right now, I feel like they're getting ready to run it back. So what? Like, are they going to run it back and pay P-Watt, or are they going to sit here, wait to get something done with P-Watt, and then shed the salary? And if they do that, then you're letting everybody know, the fan base included, that you're willing to lose a lot of games this year, and you guys don't think that you can win a championship, which would hurt my heart and a bunch of people out there's heart as well.
That's what I think is ultimately going to happen. If I had a prediction, their number one priority is Peyton Watson. I think soon as they get that done, then they'll get to the rest of their business and trying to make a corresponding move of shedding salary. But make no mistake, if the goal is to try to win a championship right now in Jokic's prime, I think you bring everyone back. Now that these moves have been made, because like I argued a month ago, dude, you should go make a Jaylen Brown trade. This thing needs a shakeup.
Mm-hmm.
You're a first-round exit. You need to do something dramatic to match how you dramatically have been losing in these playoffs. And so, but if now that has settled, and you're not doing some mega trade, NBA businesses mostly come to a screeching halt.
And Z, that's why they're running it back. There's no other suitors out there that want someone Cam Johnson or AG.
If you're trying to win the championship this year and throw your hat in the ring and say you never know, you bring everyone back and you pay Peyton Watson. And your starting lineup is Jamal Murray, it's Peyton Watson, it's Cam Johnson, it's Aaron Gordon, it's Nikola Jokic, it's bringing Christian Brown off the bench. You'll win 54, 55 games, 56, 57. Who knows?
Damn.
And you will have a shot in the postseason. Now, is it good enough? Probably not. Probably not.
But Z, right there, you have a shot.
You do have a shot.
You have Jokic,
but
right?
But that means paying the luxury tax. And I just refuse to believe that they are going to write a check for $200 million for the right to turn around and pay $250 million for the players. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think that if you think that's going to happen, I would say I think you're living in a bit of a fantasy.
I'm raising my hand because I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to pay P-Watt, and they're going to keep this unit together. The only way that they decide to dump salary is before the trade deadline. They're going into this season, the Denver Nuggets, that is, into the season with this same unit and paying P-Watt because there's no other good situation out there for them. And if they start dumping salary now, you're showing your hand and letting us all know, you're no good this year, and you may win some games because you have Jokic, but you know that the ultimate goal is not winning a championship. And I don't know how well that's going to sit with the big man Jokic at the end of this season, who hasn't signed his contract yet.
Right.
Who hasn't signed his contract yet.
And who didn't sign it last year, and everyone agreed that he would sign it this year. And then now he's not signing it this year, and somehow, in Denver uniquely, there's no problem. There's nothing to see here. And, the Nuggets are so lucky they got Jokic, because I still think that's the most likely thing that's going to happen. No matter what happens this year, that man is loyal, and he said he's going to do it, and I believe he's going to do it, but that doesn't mean how you go about your business is right, and it doesn't mean that you should take advantage of Nikola. He is so unique. He is so unique. He is the anti-NBA superstar. And I think that to a certain degree that is being taken advantage of if they go the route that I think that they're going to go. So we shall see. Okay. Shifting gears here, if you want to react to any of that conversation, you can hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Okay, this time next week, will there be an authentic battle at a certain position within the Denver Broncos? We're told that is the case. We're just not sure that is the case. We'll get to it next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Do you have cracks in the drywall? water in the basement, concrete sinking or shifting, you need to call Homestrong, the highest rated structural company in Colorado with over 300 five-star Google reviews. They're family-owned, over 2 decades of experience and highly trained inspectors who start with a free inspection and a free quote. Guys, they handle foundation repair, waterproofing, crawl space encapsulation, egress windows, concrete lifting, decorative concrete, and full basement conversions. Most work includes a lifetime transferable warranty. Plus, guys, financing options are available. If the work you need is at or below the ground, Homestrong is the best in town. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
Most camera installers don't offer a guarantee. Vantage does. It's called Capture or it's free. If a Vantage system misses an incident in a zone they identified during your threat zone analysis, they'll refund the entire install. That's the kind of guarantee a company can stand behind, because your security system is designed around your property first, not pulled off a kit shelf. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I started my first business at 12 years old, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I thought I was crushing it until my buddy down the street undercut me by $2. But he didn't just cut the price, he cut corners too. That's when I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and integrity beats profit. People care more about how you show up and whether you do what you say you're gonna do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we crush it, and we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and the spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Because when you care about the people you serve, you work harder, and it shows. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. And yeah, we still beat the other guy.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
This is the sound of Claire cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Genie log, day 10,574. The Powerball jackpot is over $500 million now. So nobody's looking for a genie in a lamp. To find my lamp, you gotta go spelunking in a cave and say, "Open sesame." But who spelunks? For a chance to win the Powerball jackpot, all you have to do is play. I'm never getting out of here.
Grant your own wishes. The Powerball jackpot is over $500 million. Must be 18 to play. Approximate jackpot odds are 1 in 293 million. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Aero Seal Colorado.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.
And I don't know if that's the case, and it's at the quarterback position. Sean Payton told us earlier in the offseason that Sam Ehlinger would compete with Jarrett Stidham to see who the backup is. Very interesting.
Come on, Sean.
Because it wasn't so too long ago, really for both guys. One, Ehlinger last year during the regular season, it was said that Ehlinger had a chance to go on someone's 53-man game day roster and chose to stay on the practice squad here in Denver instead. And it was put out there that, like, man, this is the Broncos are just so elite and organizationally, like, you'd rather be here than even on someone's active roster.
Like, you'd rather be there with the Denver Broncos as a practice squad player that may be elevated. You can only be elevated 3 times before they have to make a decision whether to sign you full-time or let you go. So you'd rather be there than on an active roster with the opportunity to play in a game and get some film. Z, make that make sense. You would rather leave and go get the film
It doesn't
and make
make
a little bit more money.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
No.
Like, you get to potentially play and make more money. So you stay here, don't play, and make less because you just love the Broncos. I threw my challenge flag at that time. It didn't make much sense. But maybe there was some sort of promise made to Ehlinger that, like, hey, we're going to give you a real shot this coming year, to compete for the backup role. And then for Stidham, it wasn't so long ago that Sean Payton is calling his shot about this guy before the AFC Championship game. Watch out. There's something to this player. Watch out. And so here we are, both of these guys, we're being told they're going to go head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again because I like Murray. The lie detector determined that was a lie. There is no competition, quarterback competition between Sam Ehlinger, and Jarrett Stidham. You want to go with the backup quarterback that you know you can trust a little bit more. Sam Ehlinger has not played in the NFL long enough on teams and playing in games to where you could trust him. Now, you're going to tell me that he's going to beat out Stidham, he's going to be in that huddle, and the players around him are going to believe in him? Guys, and I don't want to throw shade to Sam Ehlinger because he's a really good person, a really, really, really great person. But when it comes to being a football player, you can't trust him right now because he doesn't have enough time on task, enough time on that football field. And I played with him in a game where we're sitting there and we're getting the brakes beat off of us because we couldn't get the play in or because we couldn't get a first down. And that was when Sammy E had to go in for Matt Ryan because Matt Ryan got benched and they wanted to jump Sam Ehlinger over another quarterback, and they played, and they let Sam Ehlinger play, and it wasn't good. It wasn't a good showing, and it could shoot your confidence down, which it did for him. And now he's trying to figure out and find himself again as a quarterback in this league, but it's not going to be here as the backup for the Denver Broncos, ZB. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised too, Phil. I'd be pretty surprised. How, and I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, so if this is like an authentic competition, how are you going to split the reps? Is there going to be days where Sam Ehlinger is with the twos and getting more reps than Stidham? Like, or is it going to be split 50-50? Like, I don't know how this is going to look, but this is like sort of a low-key storyline to watch this time next week.
Yeah, I guess so. If you want to bring attention, and for Will, this will be Will will be happy about this. But Z, there's no competition. And the only competition that will come that way if Sean Payton, George decide to go to the streets or trade for another backup quarterback like Tyrod Taylor or Jameson Winston and go down that route, then you can have that battle with guys that have been there, that done that are real true backups.
Well, and I gotta get back to the Tyrod Taylor thing in just a second. But Ozzy on the RamosLaw.com text line says, Phil, why do you trust Stidham?
Because if you don't trust Stidham, who else are you going to trust on this roster? Why do you tell that for that texter? Why do you trust Sam Ehlinger? You've never seen him play. You've never seen him play in a real game. I have. I've been in the huddle with the man. I've been in the huddle when he stumbled through plays. And not to throw shade again, he was young. It was his first time out there, and they just threw him into the fire, which is very hard to do when you're going up against the New England Patriots. That's who he went up against. With Stidham, he's at least shown it in games, flashes of what he can do. He's won a couple games as well, even with the Denver Broncos. When the Broncos decided to bench Russ, they put in Stidham, and Stidham played against the Chargers and won that game. All right, Stidham beat the 49ers, or came close to it, when he had that great performance against the 49ers when he was with the Raiders.
And the Niners had the number one defense in the league at that time.
And so it's just about going with what I've seen out of Stidham and not what I've seen out of Sam Ehlinger. And I've seen not a lot out of Sam Ehlinger, and I've seen more out of Jarrett Stidham moving forward.
Very interesting. It was also interesting. I read this article this morning from CBS, and they ranked the best backups in the NFL for contending teams. So they cut half the league right out of it. 16 teams didn't get mentioned because they didn't deem them contending teams. The Broncos are obviously a contending team. The Broncos quarterback situation, the backup quarterback situation, believe it or not, from CBS, got ranked 11th in the NFL, ahead of the Lions, who have Teddy Bridgewater, ahead of the Chargers with the former third overall pick Trey Lance,
okay,
and ahead of the Green Bay Packers. You know who the backup in Green Bay is?
Oh, Russ.
No. Russ.
Yeah, Russ
he retired. Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor, yeah.
So CBS, and
I don't know why I said Russ.
Again, it's just it's one outlet giving their opinion, and really one guy within that outlet. But they had the Broncos backup situation ahead of Teddy Bridgewater, Trey Lance, and Tyrod Taylor, and I just can't co-sign that. Like, if I had a game to win, go back to the AFC Championship game if you want to. I would rather have Teddy Bridgewater or Tyrod Taylor, than either Stidham or Ehlinger. Here's probably the bottom line. If Bo misses any significant time, the Broncos are probably screwed.
But honestly, Z, that's what happens when you have a backup quarterback anyway. Like, there are backups for a reason. And so you're hoping that they come in and win a couple games before the starting quarterback can come back. But if the starting quarterback never comes back, unless you're Nick Foles, you're probably not going to win it all.
No.
So, yeah, Bo Nix must stay healthy this year, as we already know.
Yep. All right, a look back. What did we learn today in Denver sports? That's how we'll finish up next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a whole lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or go to XfinityMobile.com or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates apply.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Skip this year's front porch roofing circus and bring in the local professionals.
Visit us at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly, the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves a risk of loss.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hi, this is Larry Jager with SCL Mortgage, letting you know about our second mortgages for anything you need, including home improvements, paying off debt, and more. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Phillip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, final segment here on a Friday. What did we learn today in Denver sports? We'll take a brief look back at the day. All right. Just note here, the Rockies played a really unusual game in Milwaukee. It was like a 2:00 start time on a Friday.
You were talking about the unusual game being where you went the other day.
Yeah, and I think I may have overstated that, Phil. But 2:00 on a Friday is bizarre. So I don't know if they were celebrating something in Milwaukee. Zanker, you know why?
Yeah, I was actually going out to that game. They were doing an alumni game and a history of the park opening out of Milwaukee. So they were doing kind of an anniversary, bring back an old players and old members of the team.
Okay, and if you're going to bring back a bunch of old timers, you don't want the game in the evening.
Yeah.
You have it in the daytime. They can make the early bird special after the game.
There we go. Go to Gunther Tooties.
Colin Zanker behind the glass. Real quick, Colin. Real quick. And Dante Gomez out today. And Colin's in. You are on a unusual crusade when it comes to baseball and the Colorado Rockies in a way that I have not heard of. Go ahead and summarize to our audience what your crusade is, when it started, and where you're at.
4 years ago, I decided that I would watch the Rockies play on the road. I wanted to see them play in every single stadium before I would spend money watching them at Coors Field. And so I kind of said if I was going to watch them lose, I might as well travel, see the country, and see different stadiums and talk to different fan bases.
But a part of your calculus is you didn't want to give money to the Montforts.
Yeah, directly to the Montforts. I'd rather put the money towards enjoying my time elsewhere.
So how many Rocky road games have you seen?
18.
18.
Yes.
Dang.
And what's on tap for this summer? Have you already done some?
I did Anaheim with the Angels a month and a half ago, and then I'm going to Washington at the end of August to watch them play the Nationals. Then it's the White Sox and the Tigers in September.
So you're a Rockies fan.
Oh, yeah.
You're only
Through.
You're only going to games on the road when the Rockies are in town.
Correct.
But you won't go to a home game.
I will go to a home game.
Oh, you will?
But it's free tickets. Like, I still haven't missed opening day in multiple years, but
okay.
It's just got to be a free ticket, and I won't patronize the things there. I won't park in the parking lots. I mean, I won't put my money into the pockets directly, but I'll go to games still, and I still do go to games, but it's only if it's a free ticket.
And you are scheduled to be done with this crusade when?
2 years,
2 years.
because I'll have to hit the last of the American League teams like Toronto when they go back there in 2 seasons.
Okay.
That is, and if memory serves, don't you have some sort of hookup that makes this more feasible?
Well, I work at a hotel, so I get discounts on hotel rooms, and then I have a flight pass that basically it allows me to travel for really relatively cheap as long as I'm flexible.
Okay.
All
right. Very interesting.
It is.
Very
It
interesting.
is. Good for you, man.
So the Rockies did win today in Milwaukee. They beat the Brewers 5-2, so they've won 2 of their last 3. And
competitive, competent. Is that what we're asking for?
That's it. And so on pace to not lose 100 games, on pace for a 22-game improvement.
All right.
Something else we learned today in Denver sports, really within the last 24 hours, but it got a little learned an inch more on the air today. So we learned yesterday that Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper stayed 30 days in an inpatient facility, all right, and to work on his mental health and maybe an anger issue or whatever, like just all things working on yourself, we were told. And then when the stay was over, all right, he ended up staying a few days longer. And Mike Klisch shared that with us in our number at the end of hour 2. If you want to go back and listen to that conversation, I just found that pretty interesting, Phil.
Yeah, and now thinking of it, I wonder if he was still allowed to leave to do workouts, because you have to get ready for the football season. So you're working on yourself, the anger management, whatever else you're working on mentally, but also you still have to go out there and do your job because they're still paying you to do that. So I want to know, and I'm interested. Maybe I'll find out. Was Jay Coop, while he was getting help, still working out, leaving the facility to go work out, and if he was allowed to do that?
I would imagine he was still working out.
Okay, you think that he's allowed to leave though? Once you put yourself in there, it's hey, you're in there.
No, that's a good question. I just I think that I would imagine that part of it's too much speculation, but I'll just say
sure.
I would just imagine that working out is probably part of the mental health stuff that
Could be.
You don't want to just stop working out. You're still a football player. You have a season coming up. And so I would imagine he was still doing that stuff while in there, while working on the other parts of him. And, I did find it interesting because, look, Jonathan Cooper obviously got himself in some hot water. And going to the inpatient facility could be part of the response of trying to get back into good graces with the Broncos and show you're doing the right thing. But also when you hear the stay was up and he wanted to stay longer, I found that interesting and hopeful that he is doing this stuff for the right reasons and legitimately improving as a person.
Yeah, and also it does look good to sit here and say, hey, look, I think it's working for me. I'm going to stay here. They're not forcing me now. I'm staying here. And now Greg Penner, maybe the NFL looks at it and says, okay, you are taking the right steps and you're staying in there even longer, so you're being true to yourself. And so it makes you look better doing something like that.
And apparently, according to Klisch, that they stayed in contact with the Denver Broncos throughout his stay. So, okay. And then with the court stuff, we know that he is going to have an arraignment at the end of August, and this thing is going to get pushed back. With the information that we have, Jonathan Cooper is going to play football for the Denver Broncos this year, and this will be a problem, potentially a problem for next offseason. What else did we learn today in Denver sports? Well, I did a little bit of digging, and I found the props for Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle for the 2026 NFL season, the receiving props. So this is what the odds makers are expecting here for the season totals. Courtland Sutton's receiving total for the season has been set at 774 yards, and Jalen Waddle's receiving total for the entire season has been set at 899 yards. This was significantly different than what we would have guessed it to be.
Hit the overs. Hit the overs on all of them. Court, Jay Waddle, hit them all because they're going to go over what the props have them at, and I believe both of them are going to go for 1,000 yards because the Denver Broncos want to pass the ball. Davis Webb, Sean Payton, quarterbacks. Bo Nix wants to prove that he can be a 4,000-yard passer, which he will be this year, as long as he stays healthy. Hit that over, guys.
All right, we'll see how that all shakes out. I disagree about the 2,000 yards for both receivers. We've discussed that. And then the final thing that we learned today in Denver sports, that LeBron James ain't coming to the Denver Nuggets.
Nope.
He's on his way to Philly to play with the Sixers, and that chapter is closed. All right, we step aside, guys. Have a great weekend. Be kind to one another this weekend. Another happy birthday to our guy, Phillip Lindsay, turning 32 today. Hope you have a great weekend, Phil, with your family. We'll be back on Monday at 2 o'clock. It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER.
A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at beattheda.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at AdvancedHair.com.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. On behalf of my friends at American Financing, let's do some honest math. The interest rate on your credit cards, 20% or more. Your mortgage rate, much lower. So why are you sending hundreds of dollars a month to credit card companies when your home's equity could wipe out that debt? That's exactly what American Financing helps homeowners do. And they're doing it every single day for people just like you. Consolidate, collaborate, conquer. The average customer saves around $800 a month, and you may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. American Financing's salary-based mortgage consultants are licensed in all 50 states. No upfront fees, no obligation. Stop financing your past and start funding your future. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Don't guess on major HVAC, plumbing, or electric repairs. Get a free second opinion and same-day service from Fix It 24/7. Honest answers, fast help. Visit FixMyHome.com today.
Take
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Regen RX. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay. Welcome to Denver Sports Tonight. Taking a look at the biggest stories in Denver sports. From your online home for the best opinions and information on the Broncos, Nuggets, Avalanche, Rockies, and more. DenverSports.com.
On the Friday edition, DenverSports.com and Denver Sports on 104.3 The Fan. I had that open in my head, so we had to give the website again. Mike Rice and the Z-Man, Colin Zanker. What is up, my friend?
You nailed that opening, and we're ready to nail the show heading into the weekend.
Yeah, we've got some things to discuss, as always.
Always. Yeah, final weekend before the guys are on the field.
Man. Veterans report to Broncos training camp on Tuesday. Rookies are already in, and I'm telling you, Colin, I'm getting more and more. I don't know what the word is. Ready, eager. I'm anticipating more. I'm looking forward to it more. Yes, I have high expectations. No, I don't think it'll be easy. And yes, there are some interesting stories, shall we say, as we are very, very close now to training camp officially opening. First practice will be a week from today.
And you're right with the anticipation a week from today. There's a lot of eagerness to see what this team looks like heading into at least the training camp and who they are facing a first-place schedule coming up. There are so many storylines heading into just this week alone.
Well, and we're going to talk about some of those storylines and which ones capture your attention. We'll get to the LeBron James situation and how that may affect the Nuggets before we get out of here tonight and send you off onto the weekend. You guys know how to reach us. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. On the Fan YouTube page, the chat is powered by Champ Honda. You can check out the show there. You can weigh in there as well. But, Colin, we're going to talk about training camp, but we're going to talk about it within the context of the most compelling storylines. We know a lot of the ones that qualify, but for each of us, what we're really looking forward to every day varies a little bit. And when I say most compelling, this is sort of the criteria. At the end of the day, what do you feel like you have to know about before you call it a day, before you call it a night? It's like, I wonder what happened. I wonder what's happening with the Broncos in this area or that area or this battle or this position group. So I start with you. Do you have a top, most compelling storyline for the Broncos?
My first most compelling storyline is, what is it going to look like with Davis Webb running the show? And not just the Davis Webb aspect, but can Sean Payton leave it to Davis Webb? Is he going to start to dabble really early on and not let Davis Webb do his thing? Or will he give him some leash with Bo Nix and this offense and see how things progress? Because Sean Payton's been a coach who's been there, seen everything, knows more football than I'll ever forget, or however that saying goes.
Right. I know what you meant.
He will. He's forgotten more football than I'll ever know. There it is.
There it is.
Second time's a charm. But will Sean Payton let Davis Webb put his stamp on this team, or will he start meddling if he doesn't see things going the way that he expects them to go?
I think that's fair. And what does your gut say about that? Do you think, maybe I shouldn't phrase it that way, maybe I should phrase it, to what degree do you think Sean will meddle?
My gut tells me it's going to be difficult for him to stay away. It tells me that he is going to jump in, maybe not at the first sign of something going wrong, But at that second or third time where a play doesn't seem quite right, he's going to jump in and say, how about we do it this way? That's just what my gut tells me about Sean Payton, what we know about the man, the football coach.
See, I've got a little different take on this. And granted, I think I'd be correct in saying it comes from a little more, I don't know if optimistic is the right word, but just a little more positive point of view, which is the Broncos wanted to keep Davis Webb. We know that. But we also know Davis Webb wanted to stay here for probably a variety of reasons, one of which is to learn under Sean Payton and to cut his teeth calling plays and to be and have a more vocal and more obvious hand in the offense and to continue his work with Bo. I think all of those factored in to some degree or another. And I do agree there is that element of will Sean meddle, which is kind of a negative shade to the issue. I look at it more of like, I think there's a really good relationship between Sean Payton and Davis Webb. Sean wanted Davis here. Davis wanted to stay here. I'm not saying it's total agreement all the time, sunshine, rainbows, and, candy, or however the saying goes, 24/7. Yeah. But I do think instead of meddling, I do think Davis Webb, and tell me if you agree with this notion, will want some of Sean's input and evaluation and feedback either in real time or after a game or after a quarter or after a series and a play call, even though, Davis is going to have to be moving on to the next play. And I think it could very well be a little more of a collaboration as opposed to a butting of heads.
I see where you're going, and that's ideally what I would love to see is a collaboration where Davis is going to Sean and getting his input after drives, after plays, after sessions at the camp. My biggest concern with that is more of Sean coming in and trying to take over or drive the way the practice is going or dictate how something should be run that might be different from Davis Webb's vision.
How much do you think, and this is a genuine question, I don't know. I mean, I know Davis Webb has got to be confident in his abilities, and yet I'd like to think he's also humble enough to say, I'm a first-year play caller.
Yes.
I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the experience, and I do need to draw on Sean's experience even during a game. And how much do you think Davis Webb might, and I'm just bringing this up because I don't know, might say as a situation could be coming up, hey, I'm guessing they'll be either on headset together or, I mean, if Davis is on the field, which I'm not sure he will be, we don't know yet, be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking if it comes to a 3rd and 8 here and we don't get the first down. This is what I mean, do you think there will be that exchange in real time in certain instances during games?
Oh, I definitely think there will be those conversations. And one of the things that having Davis Webb as the OC and play caller and the actual OC, should allow Sean to do is think further ahead. Think of the future situations and possibilities of things to come. So I think Webb will rely on him and they will play off of each other. It's more of where that concern comes from is how far is the leash, and even letting Davis Webb possibly make some mistakes in Sean Payton's eyes and Sean Payton not coming in to try and stop it before it happens, especially in like a training camp practice, because sometimes you learn best from your mistakes. And I don't think that anywhere as Broncos fans we expect this to be the cleanest season ever as far as offensively goes, because it is a first-year play caller. You mentioned all of the things about Davis Webb. This is new to him, so there are going to be a few bumps in the road. Hopefully there are few of them, and Sean Payton is there to not have them become big mountains or big speed bumps, but there are going to be some bumps. And if Davis Webb can grow from seeing how things go when he maybe calls one play or one formation when he sees this grouping going out on the field, and Sean Payton lets it ride with that, and then maybe they go back and Sean is like, hey, this is what I would have done here. And that collaboration, I think, can really help Davis Webb grow as a play caller, this offense grow as well.
We have from the RamosLaw.com text line an interesting thought from the 3125. And I do acknowledge Davis Webb is a first-time play caller in the National Football League. There's no guarantee he's going to be good or great right off the bat. So here's the text. The next time Davis delivers anything, it will be a first. Texas Tech fail. Committed to CU, then fail. Cal Bears fail. Third-round pick fail. Empirical evidence says fail. Epic fail. Now, okay, that sounds like a text from a bona fide Chiefs fan. So we'll start there. I'm only half joking. If you look at the college situation, you're totally wrong. He didn't fail at Texas Tech. He got hurt. And then, oh, by the way, a true freshman named Patrick Mahomes.
Ever heard of him?
Yeah, I think he came in and sort of started doing his thing. Well, anybody not named Patrick Mahomes at that point would have seen the handwriting on the wall.
Yes.
And he was actually pretty good at Cal. And I don't know. I mean, he didn't really pan out as an NFL quarterback. He, had some years as a backup for the most part, which I wouldn't call that a fail. In terms of becoming an NFL star quarterback, okay. If you want to call it that, feel free. But I will say that the implication that, because what I feel this text implies is that we don't know what he's going to be like as a play caller. And I think that's to your point, which started the segment, which is, do you have a most compelling storyline that you want to be following every day during training camp? And yours was, how will Davis Webb settle in, to paraphrase? What will this offense look like under him on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, because every day there's going to be focus on this offense. We already have an idea of what the defense looks like. But the offense, Bo Nix, how is it going to run without Sean Payton? And that will be the first game against the Chiefs, it's going to be Davis Webb, first time calling plays. Sean Payton giving up play calling duty to Davis Webb. That'll be the start of the game, one of the many storylines going in.
For sure. Mine is along those lines, but I want to get a little bit more specific, and I want to see where the increased production will come from offensively, specifically. So this ties into what's Davis Webb's philosophy going to be? How is he going to integrate what I think most of us would agree would be a necessity to stay committed to the run at some level, and yet utilize a Jalen Waddle, try and pull more production out of Evan Ingram, integrate R.J. Harvey in an interesting way, try to, find a place for Jonah Coleman if that's even needed. If J.K. stays healthy, I think he's going to be the bona fide number one running back. But to me, it's like, where is the production going to come from offensively? Where's the increase? Where are the explosive plays? Where are we going to see them? And I know it's just going to be, air quotes, training camp practices and all of that. But I want to see on an ongoing basis, what glimpses are we getting? What hints are the Broncos dropping? And what are we seeing from what they're working on that would lead me to say, I think they're going to be more productive offensively, because it sure looks like they're utilizing Jalen Waddle downfield. It sure looks like – you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, what I guess I want to ask to follow up with that is, are you looking at their usage and deployment of specifically a Jalen Waddle and how that affects the explosive plays and the options for Bo Nix in this offense? Or are you just kind of looking at it as one whole, like, where are the big plays coming? Where is that philosophy fit in with Davis Webb's play calling? Is he going to be more of a 50-50 guy? Is he going to be a 60-40, 70-30, or is it just going to be a few shots here and there?
I mean, I don't know. And here's part of it as well for the Broncos. If they run the ball better, and they're better if they're better at sustaining drives, which they had trouble doing. They had trouble staying on the field for longer chunks of time. then obviously they're going to run more plays, and I think they will run the ball more. But part of the problem last year was, aside from the fact that Sean had to remind himself to run the ball and then really didn't do that, is they weren't really very good in the early downs, and they had trouble converting on third down. And all of that combined to, I think, and the longer play calls and all the rest. So I'm hopeful that with a more efficient offense, the Broncos will simply have more plays to run. And if they have more plays to run, I think we will see a chunk of those being running plays. It's turning into some interesting questions about Davis Webb on the RamosLaw.com text line from the 2888. Davis Webb is a lose-lose for the Broncos. If he fails, obviously a loss for the Broncos. If he's good, he will be gone next year because Sean isn't going anywhere with his new extension. We're just training Davis as a new prospect for a head coach, and we are just helping him along the way. And by the way, somebody liked Davis's web. It's like Charlotte's web, but
yes, Davis's web. It's his web of plays.
That's right. But that's an interesting take, and I actually thought when they first were aggressive in keeping Davis Webb that it could very well be that they're setting things up for him to be the heir apparent. Now, if this offense is so explosive and Bo blossoms into a, as Sean said, top 4 or 5 quarterback this year, then okay, I could see him being something close to a slam dunk coaching candidate. Yes. But if the Broncos offense is just better, do I think he'll be a hot name in the coaching cycle if the Broncos have a great year? Of course, it's natural. Do I think he'll automatically jump? I don't know. Well, I don't know that.
And he was a name in the coaching cycle before this year too. So let's not forget that.
But not like this year.
Not like the opportunity that he has in front of him this year. Correct. And I can't agree that it's a complete lose-lose, because we have seen in the past coordinators stick with their guys for multiple years. It doesn't always happen, especially when they get opportunities, but there could be some of those conversations, and they could have already happened, where the Broncos did talk to Davis Webb before any of this went down and put something out there like the heir apparent type of situation. Stay around. Now, doesn't always work out.
No.
But it is a possibility, and we don't know those conversations. Webb could jump ship and go. But it would be an opportunity for the Broncos and Sean Payton to see another person calling plays, another way that this offense can be run, and maybe that opens things up for Sean Payton in the future too, and for the Denver Broncos.
Here's another angle to it I'm just going to toss out. There's no way to know, and I don't think Sean would say even if he did know. But let's say the Broncos win the Super Bowl this year. That's not a pipe dream. It's a realistic possibility. Okay? And we all know by running it back, they're saying we believe we were good enough to at least get there last year, albeit an untimely and unfortunate injury to their starting quarterback. And we're really confident in that group to get at least that far again. So I don't have to make the case that they're a Super Bowl contender, I don't think. Maybe to a Chiefs fan I do. But let's say they win it. Just because a coach signs an extension doesn't mean he's going to work through the extension. My point is this. Could it be that Sean says, you know what? I have become the coach that's won a Super Bowl with 2 different teams, and I'm good now. Now, I wouldn't bet on that happening if the Broncos win the Super Bowl, but we simply don't know. All we know is right now is Davis is here, and we will see how it shakes out depending on the kind of year they have.
Yeah, and you're right. It is a possibility, but I would not bank on that happening.
I wouldn't either.
Obviously, Sean feels he got the itch from 1 year in studio doing analysis, and I think he still has it. But who knows? Maybe you get him a few lattes, and he'll tell you the real answer.
Well, yeah, and he likes the lattes. From the RamosLaw.com text line from the 7168, what part of being a good player guarantees you'll be a good OC? Nothing. Nothing guarantees success in the National Football League. However, I think Davis Webb has shown, and from the reporting that we've heard, that he's got an aptitude to work with players, an aptitude for the X's and O's. He is considered a bright young coaching candidate. Does that mean he'll be a great play caller and the Broncos offense is guaranteed to be X% more productive? Of course not. But there were other teams that were very interested in Davis Webb for positions even higher than OC. I'll take my chances with Davis Webb calling plays. I really will.
Yeah, and I'm happy to take chances. And, I mean, you got to go back, but Kubiak was a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, it's not necessarily that they have to be star players in order to be well, because we've also seen star players in a multitude of sports not do well at the coaching ranks as also.
All right. Another compelling storyline. What are you looking forward to at training camp?
I'm looking forward to the defense, and in particular the secondary with Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan, and who is going to ball out, especially because of the contract situations. And will Jahdae Barron take a step up? So it's kind of twofold. Those guys are Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan, are any of them going to play themselves possibly out of Denver, and will Jahdae Barron step up if that ends up being the case?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's an interesting one. Mine's also along the lines of the defense because I want to see, where the production is going to come from, the increased production offensively. I want to see where the turnovers are going to come from defensively, assuming they come at a higher rate than last year. And that was if there's –
we would hope so.
Yeah, well, I mean, but if there's one area to say, that was a great defense, but it would have to be the lack of impact plays taking the ball away. And the Broncos, if they can improve upon that, that's going to do everything for the offense. Improve field position, improve time of possession, improve number of plays run, improve chances, probably field position and all the rest. And this defense is perfectly capable. Sometimes that kind of thing is cyclical, but we do know that it's been a priority for VJ's defense through the offseason cycle. And I'd like to think it's going to pay off. I just want to see how once the games start to get played.
And I really like that too, because there is one thing about stopping a team on third down and making them punt. And you mentioned field position. To go back to your original point with what does Davis Webb's play calling look like, what's his philosophy? It's a lot easier if you're getting a turnover on the 50 or 40-yard line to start running plays from there than it is on your 20 or 15 in the opponent's side of the field. That is one big thing. The turnovers for the defense, I completely agree. If they can increase the turnovers, help with that field position a little bit more, open up the playbook, it could, the well-oiled machine could just be running. I mean, it could be a very, very good sign for the Super Bowl aspirations for this team.
If the Broncos defense against this schedule plays close to the level that it played at last year and increases the number of turnovers, it's a fabulous year for that unit. Fabulous year for VJ and his guys.
Yeah, if they do that, the 1 seed is still in play. In play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in play regardless. I mean, I do kind of – I mean, there is a part of me that really agrees with our guy Mike Evans in the morning when he says he's not sure there's going to be a 13 or 14-game winner in the AFC. And there's a big part of me that agrees with that because there are just a lot of really good to great teams. There's a handful of them. And then there's really good teams that have some tough matchups along the way. And the Broncos, I think, fall into that category because now they're playing a first-place schedule. Want to get to another note from the RamosLaw.com text line, the 8119. It's not like Webb is freeballing. Sean has a methodology that Webb has adopted. There will be plenty of communication as to what's working and what isn't. Game time adjustments will be collaborative. I tend to agree with that. I think that's a good solid take. I do. And until I see otherwise, until I see a butting of heads or a meddling or whatever you want to call it, I'm going to assume that that's going to be, for the most part, the approach that Davis Webb and Sean Payton take together.
And I assume that too. I have just seen it happen, especially over recent years, where play calling duties have gotten taken away from coordinators, defensive and offensive, in past years. That's where my worry of Sean's very type A personality would come in and say, I know more, let me do this and take it back over. That's just, like I said, that's where my worry comes from, that it would happen and it could derail some of the things that could be working for the Broncos.
When you say take it back over, do you mean like in the moment for a chunk of a game or more permanently?
I think once you kind of take that over in a game, you're kind of saying, I don't trust you in these situations anymore. So you're going to be, once it happens once, you kind of feel like it's going to happen again. And then Davis Webb is looking over his shoulder every time there's a big play, and he's nervous and not free-flowing with his calls. He doesn't feel the freedom to make the calls that he wants to.
I think Davis Webb will feel more pressure because he knows what the NFL is about and how critical it is to be on point than he will feel pressure because, Sean Payton's looking over my shoulder.
That's very fair.
That's my take. I think Davis Webb's pressure is going to come from wanting to do the best job he can for this team, knowing what's at stake for this 2026 Broncos team and offense. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch, and I think we're both in different ways agreeing that seeing how Davis Webb fits in and what that looks like is going to be a lot of fun, even on a daily basis through training. When it gets to the dog day, that second or third week of training camp, it's going to be, all right, I still want to see what are they running and who looks good while trying to run it.
Yeah, now that you've had some reps at it, let's see what it looks like.
Exactly. Well, let's see what the Nuggets look like. Now that the biggest domino has fallen in the NBA offseason, what will it mean for the Nuggets? That's next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League, and is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy, and if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When our grandfather started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, he could not have imagined how big his dreams would grow. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. Today, thanks to you, Williams Jewelers is not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler, with more of the world's top designers than any other store, including Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Kwiat, Hearts on Fire, Mikimoto, and dozens more.
An entire diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that our legendary Swiss watch collections and service center, and you have the only jeweler you'll ever need.
With over 30 jewelry professionals, master goldsmiths, and watchmakers to serve you at Williams Jewelers, you'll still always be treated just like our grandfather would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Anna had a very severe brain injury.
My dad got in contact with Berg Simpson.
They didn't think about the money. They thought about what was best for Anna. That's all that mattered to me, just making sure that she was okay.
Not only would I recommend Berg Simpson to others, I have recommended Berg Simpson to others.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. For an 8% scheduling incentive and a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments, go to drhi.com. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right.
This July, make the most of summer adventures in the all-new 2026 Honda Passport from Champ Honda. Designed for drivers who want capability without compromise, the Passport is equally at home on Colorado back roads, weekend camping trips, or your daily drive across town. At Champ Honda, buying is just as easy. Thanks to their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, giving you a transparent price, a single advisor, and a faster, more enjoyable experience. Plus, Champ Honda never charges dealer handling fees.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn minor damage into costly repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust Colorado's best roofing for honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
A quieter neighborhood. And even closer to work. Mom! With great schools. And we got a way better rate than we expected. Plus, separate bedrooms.
Get a mortgage that adds up. Wings Credit Union. Let's figure it out together. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS number 405466. Insured by NCUA.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
It's Denver Sports Tonight on Denver Sports Station, 104.3 The Fan.
Mike and the Z-Man hanging out on Denver Sports Tonight on this Friday. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Also, the YouTube chat is powered by Champ Honda on the Fan YouTube page. All right, we're going to get into some nuggets here now that the biggest NBA domino has fallen with LeBron James saying he will sign a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers.
You know, I wanted to know if you had some sweet emotions about this signing, you know?
Oh, man. I found it interesting. You know, Zach is such a basketball guy, and he was genuinely shocked about, as he put it on the drive earlier, about LeBron choosing the 76ers. I wasn't as shocked, mainly because there is zero doubt to me that the number one priority for LeBron James is to try to win another ring. And if you look at the 76ers roster and you assume that Embiid can pretty much stay healthy, which I know is not exactly a safe assumption, that's a tremendously talented roster. I get it. East Coast hasn't shown that. I mean, there's no real tie back there, has never played in Philly and all of that. And it seemed like the emotional pull would have been towards Cleveland, a team that he's been with twice, or even Miami, a previous stop. So I understand. I mean, it wasn't my first choice, but actually my two sons kept saying it's going to be Philly, it's going to be Philly, and they weren't just like being contrary. They really they follow the NBA a little bit, and I was like, all right, guys, maybe I should have put $10 on that like 6 weeks ago.
Philly definitely wasn't in my wheelhouse when you talk about the places that he could have gone and thinking about it, because all the other decisions that he made as far as where he was playing did feel kind of emotional, or there was a tie to it. There was more of a reason. And Philly, you're right, they are a very good squad, but they are playing out east, so the chances of them advancing, health is the side that you mentioned with Embiid especially. Adding Jaylen Brown, it's a really good team. They're a really, really good team.
And that's why it doesn't shock me, because that was very clearly James's number one priority. But now that LeBron has committed, or said he's going to, revealed his decision, the commissioner of the NBA can get along with his business now of finishing the schedule.
The schedule can come out.
It can come out now. Exactly right. Philly will be playing on Christmas Day. I think that's pretty safe to say, and probably opening night and all the rest.
Yeah. Every holiday, put Philly in there.
That's exactly right. What does that mean for the Nuggets? Is there a relation between the James signing, which the commissioner acknowledged that LeBron's indecision was holding up business for the league? So if the commissioner is going to come out and say that, I don't personally find it to be a leap to say other teams are waiting for that domino to fall as well. And that would include teams that potentially could be interested in the Nuggets' restricted free agent Payton Watson. I can't prove a correlation. I can't say definitively that LeBron was holding up a Watson deal, but it's not a leap to me to assume that pretty much the league was waiting to see what was going to transpire with LeBron.
Well, yes, and looking at the league and the options of where he could go, a lot of this, I believe, is also the East Coast teams are waiting, and we're kind of waiting on bated breath to make moves to see what they would be up against. Is it a team in Miami that added Giannis? Is it Philadelphia? Is he going back to Cleveland and pairing up, with the Cavs one more time, who were a really good team last year, and we're into the apron with that. Now there is a little bit more freedom and a sigh of relief, maybe, especially out east, because they know what they're up against in a way. And LeBron isn't the player he was, but he is still a player to be reckoned with. There were plenty of times that he flashed that in LA, and there's no doubt that when it comes down to that crunch time, he's going to turn it on when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to needing games won. That's going to be a guy that's turned to. So teams out east, I don't think out west we had as much of that waiting to exhale type of moment, but it was still there.
So now the question is, what do the Nuggets do? And the biggest question under that is, where does Payton Watson land? What kind of offer does he get with another team? Will the Nuggets match? Will they match regardless? Will Watson get any kind of offer of note? Because there's been some debate about that. But when I look at the Nuggets' economics, and I see right now that they are almost $11 million over the luxury tax, which translates into a tax bill, not a massive tax bill, but it translates into a tax bill, and they don't have Watson under contract, and they don't have Spencer Jones under contract, two restricted free agents that could very well be back, and they haven't made a decision on Bruce Brown, although I wouldn't expect Brucey B to be back, but you never know, depends on the deal. If you want him back, you've got to either pay the piper, the tax man, or create the space so the tax bill isn't as severe. I will have to see it to believe it for the Nuggets to go deep into the repeater tax. I don't think they want to be in the repeater tax. I think they want to break that cycle, because if they're back in it this year, to get out of it, they have to be under the luxury tax 2 straight years, and that's 2 more years of Joker's prime. I don't see any of that.
And the talk of Joker's extension getting signed next offseason.
Yeah.
All of those things play into it where this is the year that the Nuggets do have to get underneath that tax. Because if they don't, you are compromising anything that you do, assuming Nikola Jokic signs that contract again next season with the Nuggets. You're compromising your opportunities for years to come.
If they're over the luxury tax and in the repeater tax and they don't get under it for the second straight year. And remember, that determination is made at the end of the season. So they could go into the season above the luxury tax, which I could definitely see.
Yes.
But then they're boxing themselves into a corner, because then if they're contending, air quotes, whatever that means, if they're 4 seed, 3 seed, it's hard to unload guys to get under the tax during the season because, again, to your point, Joker hasn't signed the long-term extension. I mean, you're going to do that before the trade deadline when you're in contention in the West to be a top 4 seed? I think that's a tough sell, man. I really do. And yet, Colin, I don't see the Cronkies having ever shown to have anything close to even an interest in a nibble at a tax bill in the upper 100 or low $200 million range. I don't see that at all. I would have to watch it happen before I said, okay, they are going to pay. There is no way I think that's going to happen.
And it's a very dangerous game of chicken that they're playing and hoping that someone would want to take on, whether it be a Cam Johnson or a Jamal Murray contract, and then you go into that. It's a crazy cycle, because if you get rid of Jamal Murray then in a trade midway through the season, is Jokic happy? Is he really going to stay in Denver? Does he see the Carmelo Anthony days where they're going to rebuild everything up type of situation happening again and get frustrated with that? It's very, very dangerous for the Nuggets to be sitting where they're at if they're not okay with paying that luxury tax.
You're right. It is a game of chicken. And if the Nuggets are approaching this, assuming that it's a foregone conclusion that Joker will sign next summer, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah.
I think they have to be ultra careful because, man, things – I know Joker is a different kind of superstar with different priorities and a different mentality, a different disposition, and all the rest. But I also know that guy is really smart, along with being a tremendous talent on the court. And I think legacy does matter to him, and I think at least one more ring absolutely matters to him. I don't think you work as hard as he does and play for your country and all these things if you're just kind of doing it for an extra, $70 million.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. So here's what I think as we sit here today is most likely going to happen for the Nuggets. I do think they want Payton Watson back, and I think they're going to get Payton Watson back. I don't think it's going to be for upper 20s per year.
Okay.
I do not believe it's going to be $29 million. I think the ceiling, this is just me, there's always the possibility one team says he's that important, we have to overpay, and we can overpay. He's young enough, he's shown enough offensively, he's long, he's athletic, he's defensive-minded, he can help us, and we'll overpay. Possible. But I'm not betting on that to happen. I think his contract on the upper end would be the $24-25 million range, and I think on the lower end it'd be sort of in that 18 to 20 range. And I think he's going to re-sign with the Nuggets somewhere in the range of 18 to 22 per year. That's just a total guess. And then I think they're going to look to move Cam Johnson and
offset that.
And then if they can, they might have to sweeten the pot. They did acquire a couple second-round picks.
Yes.
They might have to sweeten the pot again, dump a salary, and dump a contract by sweetening it with one of those picks or more, and get a little bit lower and see if they can't get close to that luxury tax, go into the season over but not over by a wide margin, and then see what happens and develops, and see if they can do what they did this year to kind of, they shaved a corner off when they made the Hunter Tyson deal to get under the luxury
Scoot a little
tax.
bit of the numbers around.
Well, and they did it. They did it to avoid to have year one under the luxury tax and be in position to avoid the repeater if they can do the same. So again, they can go into the season over the luxury tax, which is about $35 million above the salary cap. The question is, where are they next June 30th when it all gets settled? And I do think they're going to be under the luxury tax by that point, by hook or by crook, because I think they're just going to say that is a priority for us this season. Until I see otherwise, that's been their history. They've been over, but not markedly over, not to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars over. That, to me, is something that I'll have to see to believe.
Yeah,
and I don't think we'll see it.
I was going to say, I'm sitting with you because everything that they have shown in the past is that this is an organization that isn't about giving out free money. Like they want money coming in. They don't want to be putting it out for a lot of things, even with the whole St. Louis thing with the football team. Like, this organization paying that amount of money out to just run it back and not do anything, there's stuff in the fire, but I still think it's a dangerous game because they are hoping that someone bites.
Hey, real quick from Mike on the RamosLaw.com text line, you guys just talk all day about how much the Nuggets suck, and then you wonder why we can't trade them. No, I'm not saying they stink. I'm saying two things, Mike. Number one, that the Nuggets have a history of not going into paying large amounts of tax money. That's just been their history. And I don't think they're going to do that this year. I don't think they stink. I don't also think they're at the elite championship favorite type of level right now, and that saddens me in the middle of Joker's prime. Do I wish they just say, yeah, let's spend $200 million and put together the best roster and taxes be darned? Yeah, it's not my money, though. I don't think they will. And a related text from the 4993, they traded MPJ in a valuable unprotected first for Cam. If they dump Cam, they'll look stupid. I don't think they're worried about that. Because they got 4 guys for the MPJ contract. And yes, they needed somebody to take that money, and they had to sweeten the deal with a first-round pick. So this is why this Nuggets offseason is so fascinating to me, and it's really now just getting started for the Nuggets and a lot of the rest of the league because LeBron finally made up his mind. We'll wrap up Denver Sports tonight. Next, see what the Rockies are up to.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient. And we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, in Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan presents Denver Sports Tonight.
All right, couple minutes left. We have to go back to this. Dante and I have talked about the possibility that the Rockies entertain a trade offer for Hunter Goodman. I want the Rockies to do 2 things. I want them to be talking long-term extension with Goodman because ultimately I want to see him stay. But I also know they're in the position of needing to see if they can get a haul for a guy who is blossoming as a superstar. Jim Bowden of The Athletic, former baseball executive, talked about a potential trade to the Red Sox for lefty Connolly Early, one of their top pitching prospects, Kyle Witherspoon, Marcelo Meyer, who is an infielder who was the 4th-round pick of the 2021 draft, and a backup catcher, Carlos Narvaez. I don't think that's enough pitching to get back for a Hunter Goodman trade. Meyer, to me, is sort of the classic high draft pick that hasn't panned out yet, and I'm not willing to trade Hunter Goodman if he's one of the pieces that comes back. He might turn into be a great player. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. He just hasn't done enough to this point, 5 years into his pro baseball career. I like early. I think Witherspoon has shown some things. I'd have to do a little more digging, but I need another pitching, a top-ish pitching prospect included in a Hunter Goodman deal.
Not one that seems like a reclamation kind of project. Maybe not reclamation, but someone that you've still got to work on and figure things out.
Yeah, well, I mean, even more than that, I want sort of I want a prospect that's AA, AAA pitching. I want 3 pitchers back. I want a bona fide starter in the big leagues. I want a top prospect, and then I want sort of that next tier prospect, a pitching prospect. If I don't get that for the Rockies, I'll give Hunter Goodman a 5-year deal, buy out first 2 years of free agency, and let him be kind of one of the core guys as the turnaround, continues.
Yeah, that anchor, that core with the team. And one thing I hope for the Rockies is that as the trade deadline approaches, they aren't hanging on to guys when they are getting offers, much like we've seen in the past, even with the John Grays, the DJ LeMahieu opportunities, Adam Ottavinos, where they had opportunities to move on from some guys. This team isn't going anywhere this year. If you have some older guys, Sagano, who just got the 10th win, first time in 5 years for a Rockies pitcher to get 10 wins, as Andrew Mason just wrote on DenverSports.com, make sure you're making some moves to help your future and help give you opportunities to grow.
Always fun, my man. Thank you, Colin.
Great. Love sitting in with you.
That's the Z-Man, Colin Zanker. I'm Mike Rice. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the weekend. It's Denver Sports on 104.3 The Fan.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's up, guys? Phillip Lindsay here. Summer is here. Tee times, perfect drives, and days on the greens. But if joint or back pain is keeping you off the golf course, it's time for you to discover Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps reduce chronic pain so you can get back out there. Book your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group by diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
The truck driver wasn't paying attention and crashed straight into you. Now you're paying the price. You're looking at surgeries, missed work, and more. Call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has been helping truck crash victims for 50 years. And with over $50 million recovered after truck crashes, our results speak for themselves. Call our team today and let us fight for every dollar you deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why professional contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. For 35 years, this family-owned, locally operated supplier has delivered quality products, next-day delivery, and quick will-call service that keeps builders on schedule. From new construction to remodels, their experienced team is committed to helping contractors succeed. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise built for Colorado contractors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Shams on SportsCenter. Meanwhile, in baseball, the Red Sox looking to bounce back from having their 15-game winning streak snapped last time out against the Orioles. Back at it against the Blue Jays at Fenway and leading 3-0 in the bottom of the fifth inning. A pair of big swings for Boston. Anthony Siegler starting the scoring with a solo homer in the bottom of the first. Cedar Rafaela adding on with a 2-run shot to extend the lead. Treyas Savage on the bump for the Blue Jays as Boston looks to continue their red-hot stretch at home.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Monday, from the WNBA All-Star Weekend to training camps kicking off, I'll react to it all at 7 a.m. during my Upon Further Review. It's unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio.
I told you it was not going to happen until the World Cup was over.
It is wild how long this has gone on for.
I think he's earned the right not to be rushed.
This column in the USA Today saying LeBron owes us an apology and he owes it to the league to make a decision. Man, shut the hell up.
When the Sixers got Jaylen Brown, and I found out within 24 hours, like, he's taking their pitch really seriously.
Philadelphia is a notoriously tough place to play because those fans are so passionate and because those fans are tough.
Somebody call me and let me know when he signs.
He is choosing the Philadelphia 76ers.
Now, here's Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio.
Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, and LeBron James. They will all be playing basketball together in the city of brotherly love. This look at NBA free agency is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. You're listening to Amber and Ian. We've been reacting to the LeBron James news all throughout the evening here, and we'll continue to do so. We're presented to you by Progressive Insurance. At Ian Fitz ESPN is how you check him out. At Amber W Sports is how you check me out. Let's go out to Philadelphia. Derek Bodner from PHLY Sports, kind enough to hop on with us. And Derek, we appreciate it. Did you believe, and how surprised were you?
No, I certainly didn't. Like, you know, in the previous 3 weeks or so, I've always felt like Cleveland or Miami were the front runners. I never really thought, like, I thought the Sixers were in play, but it just didn't feel like it was going to happen. You know, maybe part of that was sort of protecting yourself against getting your hopes up. But it was one where, like, you know, every other place had some sentimental pull in addition to being a good basketball spot for him. And I just thought those would win out. The story would ultimately win out. Going home would win out. Going to some place you're comfortable and familiar with would win out. Something of that sort. And, the Sixers, look, I think obviously the Jaylen Brown trade put them on the map. Tyrese Maxey and his connection to LeBron, both business-wise, but also just the fact they've been working out together, I think was a huge deal. And the chance to, contend was obviously a big deal. And I'll give this, LeBron a little credit for this. I think this was probably the riskiest place that he could pick, because you go to Cleveland, you've already brought a title there, hometown return. They're going to love you no matter what. You go to Miami, you've already brought titles there. It's a reunion. Even if you don't get the championship, you're going to be beloved. I'm not saying he wouldn't be beloved in Philly, but Philly has not won a title in 43 years at this point. You've gone through a process with Joel Embiid where they've come up short in the playoffs and haven't had the success. Philly fans, they're here for the story. They're going to cheer LeBron for sure, but they really want team success here in a way that, I think they probably, they're excited, they're happy, but I think they're going to, it's just a little bit tougher of a place to play, not just because of Philly, but because of the unmet expectations here. So I think he has a chance to really cement his legacy. Let me rephrase that. His legacy is cemented, but I think he has a real chance to add to it because Philly is so starved for a championship. And I think it's going to be fun to watch play out.
Derek, if Jaylen Brown, you mentioned it, is not a 76er, is LeBron James a 76er?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Jaylen Brown, and look, Paul George was really good for them last year in the playoffs. Paul George is a nice complementary piece, but especially with Joel Embiid being so, in and out of the lineup, and you don't know how much you can rely on him, they needed a co-star to run alongside of Maxey, and a little more reliability, I think, for this decision to ultimately come from LeBron James. So, no, Rich Paul has mentioned it time and time again that the Jaylen Brown acquisition put them on the map. All the conversations I've had suggest the same. No, I think the Jaylen Brown acquisition was a very crucial part in how this came to be.
Derek Bodner, PHLY Sports, joining us here on Amber and Ian. It doesn't seem like him and Jaylen Brown have any sort of long-standing history, but it does seem like that exists in other places on the 76ers team. First of all, I just found out that him and Tyrese Maxey are like super, super close. I guess it's because they're both represented by Clutch, and I don't know why I didn't realize that they were such close in terms of boys. But then also you have Mike Gansey, who's the president of basketball operations there, obviously has everything to do with this coming to fruition. He was the runner-up for Mr. Ohio to LeBron James when they were in high school back in 2001. So you can't get, it's hard to get a longer standing relationship
That's amazing,
than theirs. Do you know more about either of those relationships, Derek?
Yeah, well, certainly on the Maxey front. And I think Maxey was the bigger pull for LeBron James here than Gansey. Gansey is nice that you're familiar with him. You've had that history with him. But ultimately, players of LeBron's caliber are choosing based off of their chance to win a title, and Maxey on the court impacts that in a much bigger way. Maxey, I think ever since Maxey signed with Clutch, in college, he has been working out with LeBron. So you're talking about they have been working out together for a solid 6 years at this point, spending time together in the summer, going through workouts. And, Tyrese is real easy to gravitate towards for a number of reasons. First of all, he's an incredible player. Second of all, he's an incredible worker. And he's just an incredible person to be around. He's a very positive person who really seems like he has a great perspective on the sport and a great perspective on life. So it doesn't surprise me that those two have hit it off. Maxey has talked about this pretty openly, about going out there and working out with LeBron and what he can take away and learn from LeBron. And now he has a chance to do that up close and personal. So, the Maxey connection was something that certainly here in Philly we had known about for a while. It was certainly something where you could understand and see why LeBron would respect him. But even still, you're talking about a guy in Maxey who's still, pretty young here. 6 years in the league. You're talking about a guy who is just 25 years old. For him to command the kind of respect from, LeBron James at this point in his career, certainly arguably great player of all time, that is a heck of a trajectory for Tyrese Maxey, and it really does go to show the kind of work that he has put in over the years.
All right. This question is for the rest of the country listening right now here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80 with Amber Wilson. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on Amber and Ian. Derek, we asked Raja Bell, former Sixer, this very question. Now I'm going to pose it to you. It's going to take a minute for all this talent to gel, right? How patient will the Philly fan base be with letting them gel and come together?
Yeah, I mean, look, it certainly is. Anytime you have this collection of talent come together in an offseason, when you add players, like Brown, like LeBron, even Anthony Simons, who's going to play a pretty big role as a sixth man off the bench, you have a lot of players who need to figure out how to work together. But especially, like Jaylen Brown wants the ball in his hands. He's much more effective with the ball in his hands. He doesn't really do a ton off the ball. LeBron James, certainly more effective with the ball in his hands. There's some shooting concerns. Like it is, and then you throw in Joel Embiid, who's one of the most unique players in the sport. There really is no replicating playing with a dominant force like Joel Embiid, both with the way he wants to, sort of operate out of the nail and then also post up at times. It is going to take time for sure. Even in the best of environments, it is going to take time. We can go back to the Heat when everybody was in their prime. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're not answering the question. How patient will Philadelphia fans be?
How long until they boo him, Derek?
Thank you. How patient will they be?
Because they give him a certain finger on their hand.
It has potential to be great. How patient will they be?
So I will say I don't think Sixers fans are as hard on the team as, say, Eagles fans are.
Okay.
Like I think they are a little more understanding.
Okay.
But yeah, certainly, like there will be moments of frustration, and it would not surprise me at all if the team gets booed relatively early. But then they will go and they will cheer you and cheer their hearts out 10 minutes later if you produce. So I think they will come around.
Well, 76ers fans have nothing to boo about right now because this has been a hell of an offseason for the Philadelphia 76ers. I would imagine they're incredibly excited there in Philadelphia about what it's going to look like with all this talent on that team. Derek Bodner, you can check him out, PHLY Sports. Thanks, Derek. We appreciate you hopping on with us.
Yep, thank you.
I am surprised, Ian, that LeBron wants to go and play in front of a fan base that does have that reputation, because LeBron is somebody who I think really cares about being loved. I think it's one of the reasons that he went back to Cleveland, because he was so hated after that original decision. He sort of realized that he had to. Also, I think he thought he could win some basketball games there with Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie, yeah.
But I think it was a lot of it was I need to make up for it. I need to smooth things over. I need to make good. I don't want to be hated. And he's going to a very tough market. I mean, he is going to the market that will boo him, even if you're LeBron James. It's like the one place that will boo you, even if you're arguably the greatest of all time.
They threw snowballs at Santa Claus. There you go.
Exactly. Enough said. I did a job interview there. I think I've told you this story before. I did a job interview there many, many years ago for a TV station there. And in the job interview, the sports director said to me, "Young lady, do you know where you are?" It's like,
sums it up,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. But he was very serious. It was like a very serious, like, "Do you know where you are?"
They will call you every word in the book, right?
Yeah.
Are you prepared for that?
Are you prepared to get Mother Rude on the regular doing this job covering Philadelphia sports? Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Eric and Rodney, we see you on the phone lines, 888-SAY-ESPN. We will get to you next. If you want to line up, go ahead. We'll take your calls right here on ESPN Radio.
Camp to camp, team to team.
The season hasn't even started yet, and I already want to vomit. That's what I love about Cowboys Nation. It's Super Bowl or bust.
47 days until kickoff. The countdown continues on ESPN Radio.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Manage the link between your type 2 diabetes and heart disease at nodiabetesbyheart.org.
DenverSports.com. 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 Hey, did we mention DenverSports.com?
LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. On a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option.
The Sixers were not even in the picture. We're not on the map until Bob Myers and Mike Gansey went out there and traded for Jaylen Brown. So LeBron James looked at that roster.
I'm shocked by this. I think this right here puts the Philadelphia 76ers right there with the New York Knicks as the favorites in the Eastern Conference.
Tune in for baseball action tomorrow as the Nationals host the D-backs, presented by Progressive Insurance. Coverage begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. We have, of course, been reacting to the LeBron news all night long here on ESPN Radio. 888-SAY-ESPN. If you want to join the party here on Amber and Ian, you can also find him at Ian Fitz ESPN. You can find me at Amber W Sports. Let's start with Eric. He's calling us from Dallas. He's been very patient. We appreciate it. Hey, Eric, what's up? Go